Rhonda, as in Smalls, Alicia.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested on a open container and a disorderly conduct charge. I believe that's what it's listed as state misdemeanors. I reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. Is there an offer in the case?
Yes, Your Honor, of a withhold of adjudication, credit time served. Ms. Smalls would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
Is that on count 1 and 2?
Yes, Your Honor.
All righty. Ms. Smalls, is that correct? You want to enter a plea of no contest to both these charges, and it would be time served and a withhold of adjudication, is that correct? Is that what you want to do, ma'am?
And accept the offer.
Yes.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No,
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
no, sir.
All right. And you have a plea form there. Did you understand the rights on that? And then do you have any questions about those rights on this form?
No, sir.
No? All right. You understand that both these are punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your pleas could result in deportation if you're not a citizen. Understand?
I'm a citizen.
Okay, I understand. I got to tell that to everybody. Stay here all day, you'll hear it 100 times, okay?
Oh,
All right. I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea as to count 1 on withhold adjudication, sentence you to the time you have served in the Orange County Jail. Count 2, withhold adjudication, time you've served in the Orange County Jail. I'll impose court costs of $223. Hasn't been filed on, so there's no filing reimbursement. And I'll give you 12 months to get that $223 paid, okay? And you'll be released as to this case.
yes, sir.
You're all set.
Today? Yes, sir.
How many days you have?
3.
Thank you.
We're doing the recess, correct?
Move up.
But Castillo?
He's gonna hurt me.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Her victim needs the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor.
Oh. Well, I can try again. Oh.
We do have a misdemeanor pleable, Ayers Donald. I don't know if he's ready to plea.
Which one?
Ayers Donald, the reset.
Is he
from yesterday.
there?
He is.
All right, let's do him. So much for the order.
Take the pen as well.
Yeah, well.
Just say your name. Say your name.
Donald Ayers.
All right, Mr. Ayers, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of trespass on property after warning. I reviewed the charging affidavit. Do you find insufficient probable cause? Your offer?
The offer is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 1823 South Orange Avenue. Mr. Ayers would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Ayers, is that correct? You want to enter a plea of no contest to the charge of trespass after warning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
In the past, yes.
All right, take any medication for that?
No.
Do you understand what's going on here today?
Yes, sir.
All right. The plea form that you have there, you understood the rights? Do you have any questions about the rights on that form? I have it right here, actually.
No, I don't have any questions.
All right. You do understand that this is punishable by up to a year in the county jail, up to a $1,000 fine, and the entry of your plea result in deportation if you're not a citizen. Understand?
I'm not a citizen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All righty. I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I'll judge you guilty of the charge. You'll be sentenced to the time you serve, which is
3 days.
3 days in the Orange County Jail with 3 days credit for time served. I'm going to impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. It's a total of $273. And I'll give you 12 months to get that paid to the clerk, okay? At any point in time in the next 12 months. I'm also going to order that you not return to 1823 South Orange Avenue for a period of 1 year. If you do return there and the court's made aware that you are subject to a contempt citation, which could result in up to 180 days in the Orange County Jail. All righty? Thank you, sir.
I mean, you could still make it. I just would like to give you a heads up.
Let's get through the. Still not answering. This is insane.
Hello, Cisco Unity connection.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Hi, good morning. The defendant is wearing a headset.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you allow me just a moment to connect and confirm.
Sure.
Your Honor,
Yes.
they need you to open the door.
Buenos días. Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm this defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
Is there someone here that, no, they just wanted the door open for the
I
next?
don't know, Your Honor.
All right, your name, sir?
Wilson del Río.
Wilson del Rio.
All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Do you have another place to go to live other than the Hilo Street address?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. And let me ask you, I guess the alleged victim came up from Palm Beach Gardens.
Sí.
Yes.
Is she staying at your house?
Hoy no, ya ella se fue de mi casa.
Not today. She already left my house.
Okay. And she's not here. I will set bond amount of $500. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, Wilson Gonzalez, or no, excuse me, is it Bianca Camacho? Or I think it's Camacho. Might be. No contact with Bianca Camacho. You're to keep a separate residence from her. If she is not living at the Hilo Street address, you can return there. However, if she's still there, you can't go back there. No contact at all with her, though. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
$500 completo.
So it's the entire $500?
Yes. Well, you can go through a bondsman, and they may not require the full amount, 500, or if you go through the county, it's 500, and you'll get it all back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, can the interpreter please have the case number for this last defendant?
Yes, I just had it, and I was about to say, and then I clicked off to the next one, because of course, computer. So just a second, it's,
22MM5206.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And next defendant is wearing the headset.
Sí, te escucho.
Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm this defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
All right, your name, sir?
Jorge Santana Ramos. Jorge Santana Ramos.
Jorge Santana Ramos.
All right, sir, you're here because you were arrested on a warrant for violation of community control. There is no bond on that, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. That's 2021 CF 608AO.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then I think on the Castillo case also, is that the one that the alleged victim is here? All right. I think we're gonna, is there someone who needs an interpreter that's the alleged victim? That's what I thought we heard. Okay, so she won't, yeah, leave her. Leave them off. All right. Sir, do you need an interpreter?
Caballero, ¿necesita usted un intérprete?
Sí.
All right,
Yes.
okay. All right, ma'am, your name?
Señora, su nombre, por favor, despacio y en voz alta.
Your name?
¿Su nombre? I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could ask for a repetition. Repítame el nombre, por favor, despacio, voz alta.
Demo de Michelle Castillo.
All right, Ms. Castillo, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have-
Señorita Castillo se encuentra aquí en el día de hoy porque usted fue arrestada en un cargo de violencia doméstica y agresión.
Yes.
I I do find sufficient probable cause, and I will set bond in this case.
Determino que existe suficiente indicios razonables y voy a programar la fianza en este caso.
All right, sir, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Caballero, por favor, levante la mano derecha. Usted jura solemnemente o afirma que el testimonio que usted dará en este caso será la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad ante Dios.
Sí,
And
Yes.
your name is?
¿Su nombre, caballero?
José Gerardo Villatoro Blanco.
José Girardo Villatoro Blanco.
All right, and you're the alleged victim in this case, is that right?
Usted es la presunta víctima en este caso, ¿eso es correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
Okay, and what did you want to tell me about the case? Do you want your wife to be able to come home, or do you have fear of her?
¿Y qué es lo que usted me quisiera relatar sobre el caso? ¿Usted quiere que su esposa regrese a casa o usted aún la teme?
no, yo no quiero que ella regrese a mi casa porque mis hijos corren peligro también.
No, I don't want her coming back to the house because my kids are in danger as well.
Okay. And is there another place that she would have to go and live other than your address?
¿Y ella tiene otro lugar donde ir a quedarse que no fuese su dirección?
Sí, con la mamá. Ella vivía con la mamá, ella no vive conmigo. Yo y ella estamos separados de hace mucho tiempo.
Yes, she can stay with her mom. She was living with her mom. She wasn't living with me. We've been separated for quite a while.
All right, I saw that. And is the 6601 Central Florida Parkway, is that your address or your mother's, or her mother's address?
Y la dirección del 6601 Central Florida Parkway, ¿esa dirección es la suya o es la de la madre de ella?
No, esa dirección creo que es de la clínica donde íbamos a internarla a ella.
No, that address I think is the clinic where we were going to place her.
Okay. And your address then is that the Oak Ridge Road address?
Entonces la dirección suya es la que se encuentra en Oak Ridge Road.
No, es PGA Boulevard.
No, it's PGA Boulevard.
You guys want to get that address because that's not the address we have here.
Okay.
All right, what is that full address?
¿Y cuál es esa dirección completa?
Ok, 5733 PGA Boulevard, apartamento 317, 32809.
5733 PGA Boulevard, apartment 317, 32809.
Oh, sorry, el código, me equivoqué en el zip código, es 32839.
My apologies, I made a mistake on the zip code. It's actually 32839.
Okay. All right, I will set bond the amount of $500.
Voy a programar la fianza en $500.
And Your Honor, could we do bond or mental health pretrial release if she qualifies?
Sure.
Su señoría, podemos hacer fianza o libertad provisional con condiciones de salud mental si es que ella reúne requisitos.
She's not to have any contact with the alleged victim in the case.
A ella no se le va a permitir trato con la presunta víctima en el caso.
She's not to return to 5733 PGA Boulevard, apartment 317.
No se le permitirá el regreso al 5733 PGA Boulevard, apartamento 317.
Is DCF involved?
¿Se involucró el Departamento de Niños y Familias? No.
All right. And no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol, no guns.
No se le permitirá ingerir drogas o alcohol o portar armas blancas o armas de fuego.
And I'll appoint a public defender to represent her.
Designo a las oficinas del defensor público para que la representen.
Do you have any questions, ma'am?
Señora, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Okay. All right. And sir, any questions?
Caballero, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Solo quisiera que ella no se acerque a mí ni a los niños, que no, porque ella siempre va a mi casa a buscarme, a hacerme desórdenes. So.
I just don't want her to come anywhere near me or the kids because she always shows up at the house starting trouble.
Okay. Well, she can't have contact with you or the children. Now, I don't think there's any, there's no DCF involvement. But maybe she could speak to the children through her mother.
Bueno, yo no creo que ella pueda ir a verla en este momento. No creo que exista un caso de DCF. Ella puede hablar con los niños mediante la madre de ella.
Okay, yeah,
Ok,
All right, thank you.
gracias.
gracias.
Any other Spanish interpreter cases? No? All righty, thank you, Sarah.
Your Honor, if the interpreter could be provided the case number for this last defendant, please.
Absolutely. It's 2022 MM 5204AO.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good morning.
You too. All righty. Good morning. Is the Vietnamese interpreter on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Have you been sworn today?
No, sir.
All righty.
Do you swear to translate from Vietnamese to English to Vietnamese, testimonies given?
Yes.
All right. Sir, your name?
Tran.
Dạ, xin chú cho biết tên ạ.
Dạ, tên Tran.
All right,
My name
sir.
is Tran.
Yes.
Do you need an interpreter?
Yes.
Okay, all right. You're here today because you're arrested on charge of battery domestic violence.
Ngày hôm nay chú bị bắt đến đây là bởi vì chú phạm cái tội hành hung đó ạ.
I have reviewed the charging affidavit and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause.
Và sau khi tôi kiểm tra hồ sơ của chú, tôi có cảm thấy và thấy rằng có những cái lý do của nó.
All right, ma'am, in the box, raise your right hand, please.
Xin người đứng ở trong cái tòa đó làm ơn giơ tay lên ạ.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Quý vị có tuyên thệ rằng những lời khai quý vị sắp sửa khai ra đây là toàn là sự thật, không có gì khác ngoài sự thật không ạ?
Dạ có.
Yes.
All right, and your name is?
Dạ, tên của chị là gì?
Dạ Trần Nguyễn ạ.
Trần Nguyễn.
All right, and are you the alleged victim in this case?
Trong cái trường hợp này, chị có phải là người nạn nhân không?
Dạ.
Yes.
Okay. What did you want to tell me about the case? Are you in fear of him, or would you not like to have any contact with him?
Chị muốn nói gì cho tôi biết về cái trường hợp ngày hôm nay? Chị trong một cái sự sợ hãi về ông ta, hay là chị muốn cách biệt, cách ly?
Dạ không, tất cả là hiểu lầm thôi ạ. Em muốn chồng em về với em ạ. Em nhớ chồng em, thương chồng em.
And no, everything is a misunderstanding situation. I love my husband very much and I want him to come back with me.
Okay, so you would like him to be able to come home. I can order that he not have any hostile contact with you.
Vậy là chị muốn ông ta trở về nhà với chị. Tôi có thể đưa ra cái lệnh là không có một cái sự gọi là thù địch gì với nhau.
Dạ em không có cần gì hết, em chỉ cần chồng em về với em thôi ạ.
No, I do not need anything. I just need him to come home with me.
Okay. All right, I will set bond the amount of $500 or PTR, whichever one he wishes to accept. And he's allowed to return to the home. I'm going to still order no hostile contact with the alleged victim, which is Tran Nguyen. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol.
Được rồi chị, tôi sẽ để cho ông ta trở về nhà với chị như chị nói, nhưng mà tôi sẽ đưa ra cái điều kiện là tiền phạt là 500 đồng hoặc là PPR tùy theo ông ta muốn chọn cách nào. Và ngoài ra tôi cũng đưa cái lệnh là không có sự liên hệ thù địch với nhau. và đồng thời cũng không có vũ khí cất giữ trong mình hoặc là trong nhà, và ngoài ra cũng không có rượu chè hoặc là thuốc trong cái thời gian này.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Tran, do you have any questions about that?
Chú Trình, chú có thắc mắc gì muốn hỏi về điều này không ạ? I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear him.
Yeah, his attorney's talking to him real quick.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ready?
He just had a question about pretrial release.
Okay. All right, and I will appoint a public defender. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
Dạ không ạ.
Chị có thắc mắc gì muốn hỏi không chị?
Dạ.
Okay. All right, well, I'll let him come home and be with you. He just can't raise his voice or do anything hostile to you, okay?
Dạ được chị, tôi sẽ cho ông ta về nhà với chị, nhưng mà ông ta sẽ không có thể nào lớn tiếng la quát gì với chị nha.
Dạ.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Cảm ơn ạ.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for choosing our service. Have a good day.
Take care.
Gabrielle Sewell is mental health.
And I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right, we gave him a try. On Sewell, I do find sufficient probable cause set bond amount of $100. Want a public defender to represent. What about Ben Ezra? Oh. Okay. So we're trying to get that, okay. All right. Who's next? Who's next? Is this Woods? Your name, sir?
St. Louis.
All right, we reset Mr. St. Louis from yesterday because there was a question as to probable cause and whether they had actually.
I don't know if he thinks it's enough.
There it is. As to the, whether there had been a test of the contraband. And clearly, there has been now, there's a supplement to the record indicating the presumed, or possible cannabis was tested and it was weighed and it came back as cannabis, presumptively. Cocaine also presumptively positive. Meth presumptively positive. All right.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
In addition to that report, I also was able to speak to one of the officers who informed me that another agent performed another presumptive test, and for the majority of those drugs, I think with the exception of the cannabis, they came back that they were not, it was not positive, the tests were negative. I don't have an affidavit to reflect that, and I don't know the name of the agent, Your Honor.
So it says in room 1, cannabis was positive, cocaine and meth. And then which ones does that refer to? Do you know? The pink fentanyl?
I apologize, Your Honor. What did you say?
Which one? You said things came back as they were not
Right.
positive?
I believe it is the cocaine came back as another drug. I apologize, Your Honor. It came back as another drug, possibly a Schedule II, but it was not cocaine. The meth came back as negative, and I believe the fentanyl also came back as negative. But again, Your Honor, as I said, I don't know the name of that agent. It was another presumptive test, but I am giving the court full information that I have.
All right. And that information is referring to the same ones so they did one presumptive test that was positive, they've done another that it came back negative.
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. What is the state's request as far as bond on these charges then? I mean, if that's the case, then the trafficking We've got methamphetamine, we've got trafficking of cocaine with a firearm, we've got trafficking of cocaine, trafficking in fentanyl, possession of cannabis. So the only thing that did come back that we definitely have a definite, both tests presumptive positive was the cannabis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, so everything is positive on this, but not positive from the secondary information you got. Okay.
Your Honor, understanding that I've given you conflicting information, what you actually have before you, however, is a sworn affidavit that indicates that everything that was tested was positive.
Well, what, do you want to be heard to as the bond amounts?
I would ask that you go with the standard bond amounts, Your Honor.
What is the schedule on these? Trafficking in cocaine with the firearm, is that 15?
No, Your Honor, trafficking generally starts at 50,000, and if there's a firearm involved, it gets doubled to 100,000. Are you talking about the cannabis, or are you talking about the meth?
Oh, I mean, let's just go down the list, the MDMA, the meth.
One moment, Your Honor, just for me to double check that, but trafficking generally starts at 50,000.
Perfect.
Over 400,000?
All right, let's just do this. Trafficking in methamphetamine, $50,000. Trafficking in cocaine with a firearm, $50,000. Trafficking in cocaine, $25,000. Trafficking in fentanyl, $50,000. Possession of cannabis more than 20 grams, $1,000. Possession of a firearm by convicted felon, $2,500, and possession of drug paraphernalia, $100. And I think we took care of all the rest of the stuff yesterday.
Oh, no, no, I didn't say me, I said him, because he almost.
No.
Yeah, well, yeah, no drugs, no alcohol, no guns, no weapons.
I thought he had private counsel.
Yes, on the paraphernalia? Yeah, that was already revoked.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. St. Louis actually has private counsel. Did you want to hold off on hearing this case until his
We
counsel
can.
could appear? I guess
He was here yesterday, I don't know where he is
May think
today.
it's second session, Your Honor, I have no idea. He thinks it's second.
This was first session yesterday, and it was set for first session. All right, that's fine, we can hold off, just in case he shows up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, so on Ben Ezra?
Yeah, once he gets here. Okay.
All right. Nope.
Ben Ezra.
I don't show anything is open.
Is that right?
Nothing seems to be connected.
Thank you.
Are you there? Oh. No. Is the interpreter there? Hello?
Hello, I'm sorry, I speak English not so well, so.
There we go. We can hear you. Oh, no.
Okay.
Do you need an interpreter?
I don't know, I can try to talk, and if it's okay, I will just ask you if I will not understand something.
I see.
Can you hear me?
We can try. All right, your name, sir?
Zohar Ben Ezra.
And you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery domestic violence. I have,
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
all right, do you need an interpreter?
No, I just didn't
All
understand
right.
through the mess.
You're here today because you were arrested on a charge of battery domestic violence.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. Ma'am, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes,
All right. Your name?
Maria.
All right. And we have an interpreter on the line? It's on the speakerphone? We can try and see, or do you want to try to?
Try, I don't know, I can try.
Okay. And you are the alleged victim in the case?
No, I'm not a victim. You asked me this because yesterday I was like a little tipsy, and I asked my husband to help me to a little like put me in his back and or hold me with my hand because it happens sometimes, and it was difficult for me to walk, and I don't remember exactly what I say the police when they came, but what you say about.
Okay, at this point, you are the person that the police officers believe is the victim, and that's correct, right?
Can you repeat, please?
Are you the person that the police officers believe was the victim?
I don't know why they believe me that.
Okay, I'm not asking you whether you are the victim. I'm asking you if that you are the person that allegedly he battered, the person that he supposedly hit.
No, he never hit me.
All right, well, then you're not the person I need to talk to.
Sir,
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. My wife doesn't speak English very well.
Okay, well, that's what we're trying to get an interpreter. She said she could,
The
okay?
words allegedly and supposedly, they're a little
All right.
complicated for us.
Okay, we'll do it with the interpreter. So don't answer until you heard what she says. All right. Are you the person that the officers charged your husband with hitting? He can interpret that.
Your Honor, I can barely hear you.
All right.
We have very poor connection. I hear voices, but I'm not able to make them out.
We're gonna have to try to figure this out another way. It's not gonna work. I'm not wasting another 25 minutes on this.
Can I just?
No, you need an interpreter. I don't want you to try. I don't want there to be a misunderstanding. another WebEx person is on there somehow, it's blocking it or something? I mean, nothing showing there. I mean, yeah, I guess. Just, okay. All right, we'll try to come back around to it. You can just stay there. All right, that's our third try with him. I did find sufficient probable cause on Mr. Wood's case up on the amount of 100.
And could we also do bond or mental health pretrial release?
Yeah, mental health pretrial if he does qualify and appoint a public defender to represent him. You haven't already done so. Your name's, come on, sir.
Alex Brown.
Where Osceola Jail or video conference?
Welcome to an Econo meeting. You are entering the meeting now.
All right, good morning. Who's on the line?
This is Attorney Andre Smith.
Okay, and what case are you here for?
I'm here for Miss Candace Webb. It was put on today for a bond hearing on a fugitive warrant matter.
All right, just a second. The extradition folks are coming forward. Okay. Go ahead.
Texas has advised that they do not want her to be released. They have already made transportation arrangements on her. They would like her to be held as a no bond status, so that way they can come and get her.
All right. And what was the warrant that she's being held on originally? Was it no bond?
It says here on the warrant itself that it'll be set once she gets to a court in Texas, so.
Okay. So, but prior to that, it's no bond. That's the implication? All right.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, response?
Yes, Your Honor. I have been in contact with counsel in Texas, Quentin Brooker. As of yesterday, late yesterday afternoon or evening, I should say, there was no transport date set whatsoever to come get my client. If that news is accurate, that must have just occurred this morning. However, we have been, the judge that is over the case. Well, first off, let me say the case has not been indicted. That's number one. Number two, the judge over the case, is my understanding from the counsel, her counsel seems to indicate that bond should not be the issue when she gets to Texas. Of course, my main concern in filing this motion, Your Honor, is that it's already been since July 22nd, and here we are, August 3rd, and my client has no criminal history whatsoever, and did not even know she had a warrant. It was when she was flagged for coming back from vacation with her wife, who is on the call with me as well. My indication, Your Honor, is that state of Florida can set a bond on the fugitive warrant, and Miss Webb can then turn herself in when she gets back to Texas. I think the biggest issue for me here, Your Honor, is that, we know through prison transport that even if they came and got her, let's say at the earliest this weekend, she may not get back to Texas until the end of next week, which puts another burden on not only my client, but her family. She is employed in Texas. She has 2 children in Texas. She has a home in Texas. She has no criminal history. She's just sitting in jail waiting on them. God knows when that will happen, that they will come. She has a very good job, and she's moved up in rank in her job, Your Honor. She's waived extradition already. I believe that this is not a violent, a dangerous defendant, Your Honor. Her wife is on the call, Ms. Holder. She is a graduate, a college graduate. And Your Honor, this just seems like one of those situations where I'm hearing what extradition team is saying, but I'm not necessarily convinced that that's really what the case is. And I'm afraid that my client will continue to sit in Florida for an extended period of time without necessarily having to get out herself and go ahead and turn herself in. I have no reason to believe that if she was granted a bond, that she would abscond, not turn herself in, or run. I mean, she has no criminal history. So, and everything she has is in Texas. It was just her and her wife were just on vacation, coming back, and she got flagged at the airport. So I think in this situation, Your Honor, I think the court has discretion to set a reasonable bond in this case. We're asking for a bond of $25,000 or less, but we're at the court's mercy on this. And I'm just trying to get my client back home, back to her life, where she was working, taking care of her family before this happened. It's been 11 days now, and God forbid it could be longer. So,
What is the charge?
the charge is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And Your Honor, I do have here from Harris County District Attorney's Office a letter stating that they do want her to be held here for that way for Harris County to come and get her.
And
Well,
you had indicated that they had already arranged for transportation, or that was.
Yes, it says right here in the letter, they have, right here, Harris County Sheriff's Office has already made transportation arrangements and have booked a trip, so yes.
Well, Your Honor, I would ask for some assurances on that, Your Honor, for 2 reasons. One, understanding that the district attorney's office is not the sheriff's office. They could request that they want her to stay in and not get a bond, but they don't necessarily have the authority to, I guess, sit on that like a sheriff or the extradition team from Texas would. Number 2, my assurances come from just yesterday. Her counsel checked on this, and there was nothing that was booked whatsoever. Maybe there was a phone call from Florida to Texas or some communications given, but it just all of a sudden when, I filed this motion and we got this on the calendar today, now they have a truck booked and they're ready to come get her. I'm just not convinced at this point that they're coming to get her in a timely manner where she doesn't have to just sit in jail and wait on them. I don't know what date they're planning on leaving. I don't know what date they're planning on getting to Florida. We have no assurances on that. I hear them saying they got a truck booked, but when is that truck going to leave? When is it going to get my client? And her job is in jeopardy. She has a really great job that she does really well. And right now all of that is in the air. All right, and she's the breadwinner. She takes care of her family and her home. So I'm so afraid that she's going to continue to sit in jail, and we don't know when Texas is going to get her. And even when they do get her, we don't know when she's going to get back to Texas. And that could be in the span of a week, maybe 2 weeks, when she would have then sat in jail for almost a month at that time. Then, of course, have to address her issues in Texas. Once again, I understand the position of the district attorney's office there. However, they're in the same boat as me. They're requesting, just like I'm requesting, a bond. And so I think that given the circumstances of her, of the factors that one would consider if she had Florida charges and you would consider bond, I think the same issues apply here. I think that given the fact that she needs an opportunity, and I would like for this court to see her get an opportunity to get out, go back, turn herself in, bond out, and then she can address these charges. And speaking of the underlying charges, I believe they involve one of her children and a boyfriend, if I'm not mistaken. She had no idea that this warrant was out on her. I'm pretty sure if she knew it was out, she'd have turned herself in, or she would have already been arrested on the warrant in Texas. But that's not what happened. She came back from a vacation, and now she's sitting in Orange County Jail. So I have no assurances or no belief that Texas is going to come get her, or all of a sudden they're so, gun-ho to come get her because of me filing this bond motion and get her on the calendar. I just don't want her to continue to sit in Orange County Jail another week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and nothing has occurred, and we're back to square one again, me asking this court for a reasonable bond.
All right, I'm going to do this. So I assume then that there was a warrant in Texas that was a no bond warrant pending initial appearance or something where a bond would be set. I'm going to continue her on a no bond. I'm going to deny the motion for a bond at this point. However, I will reset it for a week from today to get a status on that. I understand, Ms. Smith, I understand your dubiousness on whether or not they're actually going to come and get her and when they're going to come and do that. I know that can be a problem. Unfortunately, all I have is your disbelief, but I do have a letter. So there is something indicating that there's a date. A week from today, the extradition folks need to have an actual date as to when she's going to be picked up. Hopefully, she'll have already been picked up and on her way by next Thursday. But we'll reset it for Thursday for a review to make sure that she's not languishing here for too long of a period. And then we'll let whoever's going to be here next week, and I'm just not certain who that is, but they can review that. If she's still here, then at that point, I think it's more than fair, since she's been here now. That'd be about 2.5, 3 weeks. That potentially, although their request is that there not be a bond set, that at some point they just can't be dragging their feet. So there's got to be more specific information as to when they're going to get her, and again, hopefully she'll already be gone. So I'm going to deny the motion at this point, and we'll continue a no bond with a review status next Thursday at 9 a.m.
Should I refile the motion for next week if we have to come back, or just come back and address the matter as it is?
I think that the motion as it is now is fine, and I will take it upon myself to find out who the judge is going to be here. There's a schedule, I just don't have it in front of me. Who will be handling initial appearances next week, and I'll make contact with them to fill them in as to what's occurred and where we are.
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay? All righty. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we be excused?
Yes, you may.
All right. Thank y'all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Do I need to sign anything? No? All righty. Thanks. So yeah, they need to get more information to you.
Okay, I will get that.
All right. Ooh. Now we're ready for the Russian again. The Russian interpreter. Ma'am? Ma'am, come on back up. Good morning.
Yes, hello.
Hello. This is the Russian interpreter, correct?
Yes.
All righty. Just a second now. We have, okay. All right, ma'am, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Вы обязуетесь говорить правду, только правду, ничего кроме правды?
Yes.
Okay, and your name is?
Maria
Last name?
Четверякова.
Okay. You are the alleged victim in this domestic violence battery. Is that correct?
Вы являетесь жертвой домашнего насилия, правильно?
Я не являюсь жертвой домашнего насилия, никогда такого не было.
No, I'm not the victim of the domestic violence, no.
I understand your position is that you were not battered. But you are the person that the police arrested your husband for battering, is that right?
Но полиция арестовала вашего мужа за то, что он, так сказать, к вам. Ну,
Я не очень, не очень уверена, почему его арестовали. Он ничего не делал плохого со мной никогда.
I'm not sure why he was arrested. He never done anything wrong. I mean, to me,
Никакого домашнего насилия. Никогда.
there was no domestic violence at all. Never happened.
Okay, so you would have no problem with him returning home. Is that what you're saying?
То есть у вас не будет проблем, если он вернется домой,
Нет,
правильно?
я мечтаю вернуть его домой, чтобы все было хорошо.
Yeah, yes. I mean, no problem. I wish. I mean, he
Я
could be at
мечтаю.
home. So as soon as possible.
Okay. I'll set bond in the amount of $500.
Я присуждаю ему как бы выкуп в размере на $500.
He'll be allowed to return home and have contact with you.
Он, this is interesting. He has the right to contact you or not.
Yeah, I'll allow him to go home and have contact with her.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it. Значит, он вернется домой, и вы сможете с ним контактировать тогда.
Спасибо большое. Когда я смогу его забрать?
Thank you very much. When should I come to pick him up?
All right, first of all, I'm not done. He can't have any hostile contact with you, though. He can't yell at you or do anything hostile.
Но, тем не менее, несмотря на то, что он вернется домой и будет с вами в контакте, он не имеет права повышать на вас голос, кричать и тем более касаться.
Спасибо, но он никогда не кричал, никогда не повышал на меня голос.
All right, and, all right, sir, you understand those conditions?
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Вы эти условия принимаете?
And you're not to possess any drugs, any weapons, any guns, or any alcohol, or use any of those items.
I understand, sir.
All right. I'll appoint a public defender. Does he qualify? All right, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you, so you have a lawyer also. Okay?
У вас будет также адвокат.
Okay.
What's the procedure now, Your Honor?
You can contact a bondsman and get them to post the $500, or you can just pay a $500 cash bond to the.
I have no money.
Yeah, and then that way, when the case closes up, they give you all that money back. If you go through a bondsman, they keep some of it.
And now, can I leave now?
Yeah. Well, you got to go back in, and then you can go through the
I
process.
appreciate it, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, do you have any questions?
Нет, все, я смогу его забрать сегодня, все,
No.
правильно?
No, I can pick him up today, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all righty. Okay, please tell me that there are no more cases. We're usually-
Yona, this is Ian Chopra speaking.
We're all set. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. We appreciate it. Have a good day. Take care.
You know, we're usually done by this time. Usually we're done in the morning by 10:19. All right, Mr. Brown. We brought you in and we brought you out, we brought you back. Okay. Just real quick. You were here today because you're arrested on the charges of battery, domestic violence, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, hindering communication to law enforcement, and petty theft. This is based on a probable cause warrant signed by another judge. I do find that there was sufficient probable cause, and I'm going to set bonds, but do you have, there's no one here, so do you have another place to go other than, hold on, let me get the affidavit up for us. Do you have another place to go other than the international, oh wait, that was, okay, hold on. Were you living with Nicole?
No, I was not.
All right, so there'd be no reason to have any contact?
No, there would not be.
All right, and what is your address?
My address is 1118 Edgewater.
Okay, and she doesn't live there or come there?
No.
Okay, good. All right, as to the aggravated assault with deadly weapon, set bond amount of $1,000, the hindering communication, $100, battery, domestic violence, $500, petty theft, $100. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with Nicole, and it's Nichole, Ogurek, Ogurek, no contact with her whatsoever. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Okay?
Sure.
You're all set. Your name? Sir?
Griggs.
All right, Mr. Griggs, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge.
I did have a PC challenge, Your Honor.
Okay. Why is he not here?
Whenever you're ready.
I'm trying to find the.
Okay.
Where is he? Hang on just a second. Case number? We did not. Second. Did read that. I don't know why it's not on there. I remember this one. Okay, go ahead.
Do you have it, Your Honor?
Yeah, I do.
I would argue no PC as to the burglary of a dwelling with assault or battery therein. Both the victim and the defendant lived together. The victim first stated he was not allowed in the room, then quickly changed the story to he is allowed in the room and has been allowed in the room. I would just argue no PC to the burglary therein with assault or battery based on the fact that they both reside in the same residence. I would just ask that you find simple battery, Your Honor.
State.
Your Honor, the way that it's written is that originally the victim said that the defendant did not have permission to enter his room, and then once he saw that the defendant was being arrested is when he changed it to he did not have permission to. So it's just a matter of what you believe, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm going to find just PC for the domestic violence battery. I mean, they live together, so he had the ability to be there. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Your name?
Tori Nash.
All right, and you're the alleged victim in the case?
That's as they state, yes.
Yeah, all right. What do you want to tell me?
Well, they simply said that I didn't understand the dwelling, whatever they said with burglary and dwelling. And I told them that we live at the same house. We've been together for 22 years in a relationship. The situation just got heated over a dog. We take care of 4 dogs together, and I just got a Doberman. And she drives me crazy, and he loves her dearly, and I was about to just get rid
All
of
right,
her.
let me ask you, the room that he came into, is that a room in the house that you guys all share?
We share the same house together. We are partners. We've been partners for 22 years. He just has his
All right.
own room, and I sleep in
The room that allegedly he came into that they're saying was a burglary, is that a room in the house that you all share?
Yes.
All right. And so, these are not separate bedrooms? You guys you have the same room and this just was another room in the house? Is that?
We have 5 bedrooms. He sleeps in one room, and I sleep in one room, and we have 3 other rooms.
All right. And the other 3 rooms are just extra rooms in the house? These rooms aren't rented out separately?
No, we just live there together by ourselves.
Okay, and how about if Mr. Griggs, if I grant him a bond, which I will, but the conditions can change, do you have any problem with him returning back to your home?
No.
And do you have any fear of him being in contact with you?
No.
All right. Yeah, I will find probable cause for the domestic violence battery, set bond the amount of $500. He can have contact. He can return to the home, obviously. He can have contact. No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol. Okay?
So what, can I go down and pay the money?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
500 cash?
You can do a cash bond, and that way you get it all back.
Okay, can I put it on credit?
That I don't know.
Okay.
No, gotta be cash.
Okay, and when will I be able to pick him up?
Once the paperwork gets through, it'll be sometime, probably late morning or early afternoon.
You said late? Okay, thank you.
All right?
Have a good day, you all.
Just a regular battery domestic violence, which is 784.03. Is it 784.03?
Dash 10.
10?
-10.
Dash 10. All right, your name, sir?
Robert McDonough.
All right, Mr. McDonough, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of violation of domestic violence injunction and aggravated stalking. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. Now, you do not live at 274 Sharp Street, is that right?
Yes, sir, I do. Since spring of last year.
Is that where your mom lives?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're not supposed to be where she is.
She's allowing me to.
Well, but at this point, she's not, right? That's why you're here. Because she said that you were there in violation of the injunction that has not expired. It's from 2002 or 2003. A non-expiring injunction. So there is an injunction against you to not be in, around her or her residence, school, or place of employment. So at this point, you can't go back to there. So do you have another place to go?
Homeless Coalition, sir.
Because what I'm going to do, I'll set a bond on the violation of a domestic violence injunction, $500, $500 on the aggravated stalking. And order that you not return to 274 Sharp Street. You are to follow all of the requirements and dictates of the injunction that was obtained by your mother against you on 1/1/2003, case number 2002 DR 166590 or AO. So you're not to have any contact with her, not to return to that address, and any special conditions in that injunction are to be followed. Not to possess any guns or weapons or use any drugs or alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you, sir.
Your name, ma'am?
Samantha Stewart.
All right, Ms. Stewart, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery. No, wait, hang on. You aren't, because you got a lawyer already. You're here on a, it's been around. Failure to appear on a domestic violence case. Bond is $3,000. And all previous special conditions, and I assume that was to have no contact. I don't know. Do we know, State?
Is there any way that I can have the non-contact lifted? It's my husband. And
So there was one before?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Anything that was in before is still there. You need to contact your attorney, and they can speak with the judge and see if the judge will lift that off.
Sir, I do have a question. I've been trying to get a hold of my, he's not a public defender. He is a conflict attorney.
Yeah, Gary Schwartz.
And I've been incarcerated since January 17th, and Johnny Polk, and I tried to get them to reach out. They've sent him emails, stuff like that. He's never reached back and tried to get in contact with me.
So you've been in on this case since January?
Not on this case, sir. I had a different case.
Okay.
But when I got the failure to appear, I was trying to get it taken care of, and he was trying to get me in because my bail bondsman wasn't even notified that I had a court date. And yes, I know it was my responsibility to check for the courts, stuff like that, but I was relying on my bail bondsman, and she never got notified either. So both times that I got failure to appear, it wasn't because the negligence that I just didn't want to come. It was due to the fact that the courts had never contacted my bail bondsman. Because I think we was going to sell it the last time when I got the failure to appear, but unfortunately, I didn't know the court date.
Well, I'm looking at the pay, it looks like you failed to appear in
Twice.
September of last year?
Yes, sir. And both time was because my bail bondsman didn't know the court dates. She didn't realize I had a failure to appear.
September 2nd, I'm looking at the bond slip that your bail bondsman had, and it has September 2nd on it.
Yeah.
So she may have told you that she didn't get the notice, but she did. She absolutely did. It's right on the bail slip that I'm looking at. From August 5th of 2021, the date was 9/2/21 at 8:30. That's when you were supposed to be there. You weren't there. So your bondsman was noticed, and so she may be saying that, but the reality is that
She did know.
she did have that notice,
Okay.
okay? But yeah, Mr. Schwartz is with the conflict counsel, and you'll have to try to get in touch with him. But $3,000 and all other previous conditions will stay in place.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Your name, sir?
Todd Curtis Stewart.
Mr. Stewart, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of violation of probation. There is no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you.
He has two cases, yeah.
He does. Hold on, Mr. Stewart, we got another case. And the new case is, you were arrested on a charge of false imprisonment and domestic violence. That's what resulted in your violation. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. And do you have another place to go other than 3179 9th Street?
No, sir, I do not.
Whose house is that?
That is Mr. Thomas Hughes. I have a shed that I rent that's out back. It's actually my shed. I own the shed.
Miss Kimberly, Nicole Kimberly, does she lives also there, doesn't she?
She just moved in.
So she does live there?
Just moved in.
Okay, so she does live there?
Yes.
All right, so that means you can't go back there. You'll have to find another place to go. So, as to the false imprisonment, I'll set bond in the amount of $1,500, $500 on the battery, domestic violence, upon a public defender, and no return to 3179 9th Street, no contact with Nicole Brandy Kimberly, and no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, and also you're to keep a separate residence from Ms. Kimberly, regardless of whether it's at the, in the shed or it's somewhere else. Okay?
Call the attorney.
Your name, sir?
Cornelius White.
Mr. White, you're here today because you were arrested
And Your Honor, this one I always also have a probable cause challenge.
on a battery domestic violence by strangulation. Wait a second. Okay.
Your Honor, my only argument as to PC battery by strangulation is that in order to have a battery by strangulation, there must be a restriction of the normal breathing, or he must impede the victim's normal breathing. The victim never states she couldn't breathe. Based on the four corners of this arrest affidavit, my client just states that the victim was preventing him from leaving, and he put his hands around her neck and strangled her. However, the victim never states she could not breathe during that time.
Okay.
Your Honor, it does, within the four corners, it does say, White then stated that he put both of his hands around Emerson's neck and began strangling her. If, however, the court does not find that that is PC, there is also a supplement. I would ask for 24 hours to get the supplement, Your Honor.
I can set a bond as it is now, or we can get a supplement.
Your Honor, I would just ask that you set a bond and
Okay, I'll set bond in the amount of $1,000. Point of public defender, Mr. White, I guess, that's the 515 Amelia Street, is that your address? 515 Amelia Street? No? Okay. Where was that? And Tabitha Emerson, though, you don't have any, she doesn't live with you?
We did.
All right, well, you're not gonna be able to have any contact with her, okay? You have to keep a separate residence from Tabitha Emerson, you're not to have any contact. You're not to possess any drugs or weapons or any guns or alcohol, and don't use the same. Yeah.
She has my clothes in her storage.
Where is your stuff?
In the storage.
Yeah, you can, but she's not at that storage, right?
No.
Okay, yeah, you can go get your stuff, definitely.
I also have my bag.
You're just not to have any contact with her, okay? So if she's somewhere, you can't go there, All right, you keep a separate residence and not to have any contact with her.
Your
okay?
Honor, I guess his bag is actually at the house. Could he have that one-time return with law enforcement?
Yeah, is that the 515 Amelia Street?
No, it's.
Where is your bag?
Where exactly, where homeless,
Yeah,
it's that parking lot. I don't know.
Oh, it's probably. Okay. then it's-
okay, yeah, you can go and you can try to, just have no contact with her, okay?
Your Honor, Joanne Zafir refused.
Okay. And Miss Zafir's case.
I think Jeff Stone is RCC, isn't he?
Oh, it's regional conflict. That's what I was trying to figure out. I can't tell.
All right, this was from a probable cause warrant, wasn't it? Or is it just a warrant, it's a failure to appear?
I think it's a.
No detention, there's. Yeah, this is one I did have a question. So I guess she was in jail, there was a PC warrant, and she was in jail in Osceola or something, right? And then transferred here, and now that's why they didn't, why would they not do an IA when they do their IAs in Osceola County if she's in jail on this charge? Was being held, but at any rate. So she refused?
Yes.
All right, I do find sufficient probable cause as to attempted first-degree murder, no bond, aggravated battery causing great bodily harm. These were all filed, right? Filed.
Your Honor, but she's entitled to a bond. right?
On what?
Don't want-
If it's attempted second, yes. If it's
Yes.
attempted first, no.
It's attempted second. She's entitled to a bond, Your Honor.
Filed on, attempted first.
Oh, they filed
Yeah,
it as a
they
first.
filed on
Okay.
that. And then on the aggravated battery, they filed on that as well. Bond amount of $5,000, point of public defender representative, no contact with Jamison Edward, Edouard, no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol.
Your Honor, I have 3 offenses. Is it only the 2?
The information only has the 2. It looks like they didn't file on the misdemeanor DV. Yeah. The information was filed on 6/6/22. It only has 2 counts.
Yeah. they don't-
Okay, thank you.
Defense waived?
I will, Your Honor, just ask that you not appoint, they have regional conflict.
Oh, okay.
He withdrew.
Yeah, Jeff Stone, it looked like is in there. Okay.
Oh, my life's hurt from all these challenges. And
I feel like Roger McDonald.
I have a PC challenge, rather.
Hang on a second.
My name is Tristan Digby.
All right. All right, Mr. Digby, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of violation of a domestic violence injunction, all right?
I would just argue no PC, Your Honor, in this case. It's literally one sentence stating that he's traveling with a protected person. There's no case number, no facts, no date, nothing.
Yeah, I did have a question about that, State. I mean, there's no indication at all what information they had, other than something out of Garland County, I guess, Sheriff's Office or SO, Arkansas?
It's from Arkansas. Your Honor, if I could ask for 24 hours to get the necessary information?
All right, we'll reset it for,
So, Your Honor, I would just ask that you, he has no history, you set a monetary bond and reset for tomorrow. If he doesn't bond out, then he'll be brought back here, but it at least gives him the opportunity.
okay. Yeah,
Your
any
Honor,
problem with that?
I would object to that only because it is out of county. He has no ties to Florida, and regardless of whether or not we have enough information, he does appear to be traveling with someone he should not be. So at this time, I would ask that he be held no bond for an additional 24 hours.
We could just do a no con?
No.
right, I'll set a $1,500 bond, no contact with, is it Alexis McClellan?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Because they have, and is that Alexix?
It's ELEXIS.
ELEXIS, okay. Do you have a date of birth for her?
It's December 3rd, 2003.
Okay. So no contact with her. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Keep a separate residence, obviously, from her. No return to the airport unless you have a valid ticket to be there. And appoint a public defender. We set it for tomorrow, just in case he doesn't bond out. Reset for tomorrow to reconsider it. All right, your name, sir? Your name?
My name is Stephen Rail.
All right, Mr.
Your
Rail.
Honor, I'm a bit hard of hearing.
Okay, do you want to, we can get you a headset.
I was supposed to go to the VA today to pick up my hearing aids and have them fitted. Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
I think so, maybe.
You can hear me now?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, well, if there's a problem, just let me know, okay?
Thank you.
You're here because you're arrested on charge of domestic violence battery. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. And you were living at the Oak Crest Road address, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have another place to go and live for right now? Anywhere else to go, because I can't, since the alleged victim's not here, I assume she's still there. I cannot, I'm gonna have to order that you have no contact with her on the short term.
Your Honor, if I may, please. My wife has dementia, and she takes more than a dozen prescription medications a day. And I also give her weekly injections. She can't even shower by herself. I have to get in there with her. If, Your Honor, please, if she'll with her permission, I didn't push her. I don't know where that came from. I was asleep before this incident happened, and she woke me up with a mug of cold water, just threw it on me, and she threw 3 or 4 more onto me.
Your Honor, are you appointing us?
Yes.
Okay. I would recommend you not talk about the facts of the case.
Okay, I'm just, thank you. Yes, sir. All I'm asking is, please, I need to take care of my wife, Your Honor.
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna allow you I'm gonna give you either bond or pretrial release. You're qualified for that as well. But because she's not here, there's not someone here to indicate that she would have no problem with that. I can't allow you to have contact with her or return to the home. Now, you will have an attorney, and maybe they can try to get that modified as quickly as possible. It's just not, I mean, that's just how it is. I can't allow you to do that. So I will set bond amount of $500 or PTR, whichever one you choose.
I'm sorry, what's that?
You can, the bond will be $500, or you can go through pretrial release, which doesn't require a cash bond, but does require you to meet with an officer and be drug tested on a fairly regular basis. You're not to return to, at this point in time, to the Oak Crest, 9809 Oak Crest Road. You can go there one time with a law enforcement officer to pick up any personal items that you may need. I'm going to order that you not possess any guns or weapons, any drugs or alcohol. You keep a separate residence from your wife, at least at this point in time. And this will be, obviously, you'll have an attorney. You can contact them. They can try and get that modified by speaking with Judge McGinnis in the case. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that was $500 or PTR?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What? Yeah, but I don't have my wallet or anything. How do I pay it?
I guess once we do him last.
Pardon me?
Tease the afternoon one will. pours.
What if-
When it rains, it pours. They had every possible problem. Just been, people are gonna be talking about me. We don't want that guy. He's too slow. Like when McDonald was here. Yesterday, we started back in 10 minutes. Your name, ma'am? Your name?
Tiffany Rundell.
All right, Ms. Rundell, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. All right, sir, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Your name?
Angel Panero Melendez.
All right, and you were the alleged victim in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you here because you do not want to have contact with her, or are you here because you do want to have contact with her?
I do want to have contact with her and just to clear my name and what was wrote on that statement.
Were you guys living together?
Yes, we were.
Or so that's the North Orange Blossom Trail address?
Yes, sir.
So you have no problem if she was allowed to come back there?
I don't have no problem at all.
Okay. And I can order no hostile contact so that she can't, yell at you or throw stuff or do anything like that. Would that be all right?
No, that won't be necessary. She was the one that called the police. She was in fear of her life. They seen a bruise on the back of my neck, which is a hickey. And that's really why they took her in. I never told the officer I wanted to press charges, never called them. I told them I just wanted her to remove her belongings from in front of the apartment.
Okay.
When they came back, she was in handcuffs and she was locked up, but I never wanted to press charges, never said anything, never wrote a statement.
All right, so you're saying, when you said that you wanted her to remove her things, do you want her to not be living with you anymore?
I was told that was like a court matter that I would have to go, but right
Well,
now.
I mean, but yes, that's true, because it would be an unlawful detainer since she was allowed to live there. It would be a matter like that, but I could order that she not return there. So based
not
upon this case, then that would take care of that, at least on the short term.
That's not necessary. If she comes or goes, that's up to her.
All right, okay. I'll set bond the amount of $500. You can return there, no hostile contact with him, okay? Can't be hostile at all, because if you do, that's a violation. Not to possess any drugs or alcohol, any guns or weapons, or use any of those items. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Your Honor, Jessica Jones refused.
All right, well, Ms. Jones is here on an out-of-county warrant. So, we don't even need to reset it, do we? I guess we do. All right. She's being held for Seminole County. There's a bond. There's no bond on that. Okay. Salvatore Pastori?
Yes, sir.
I'm not getting any of these. Yesterday. All right, Mr. Pastor, you're here because you were arrested on out-of-county warrant. I can't find him in the queue. So.
Your Honor, I was living in Port Charlotte when I came back from California, and I was living with my mom. Some officers of the law showed up at my house where my mom was, told me to go to the Port Charlotte jail to report as a sex offender, and it was unnecessary because it was a misdemeanor sex offender case out of California for indecent exposure because of pissing in public is what they claimed I was.
Well, it all depends on, in California, it may not be necessary, but depending on what the charge is here, it may be. And Charlotte County is the impression that it is, so there's a warrant for 2 counts. The bond on each one is 25, let me finish. The bond is 25,000 on each count. It doesn't matter what California considers it. If in Florida it's considered a registering offense.
Well, I never was arrested on it, and I.
Well, you just said that, well, okay. The bond is 25,000 on
Didn't let
both.
me finish.
Okay.
I went to the jailhouse, I reported as a sex offender, then I got released, and after serving 30 days for not even being a sex offender in the state of Florida. I was never in the state of Florida. It was never a state of Florida in jurisdiction of Port Charlotte. So then they released me.
Here, let me just cut you, let me cut you off. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The bottom line is
In
this.
Orlando, and I haven't.
right.
I wasn't in.
You're done, $25,000 each.
I wasn't in the jurisdiction.
Your Honor, Curtis Taylor bonded.
Yeah, the bond is 25,000 on each. What a day.
Curtis Taylor bonded.
I don't know. All righty, your name, sir?
Antonio Battle.
All right, Mr. Battle, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of violation of community control. There is no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
Hi,
Your name?
Blinn, yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Berlin, you're here today because you're arrested on a violation of probation charge. There is no bond on that, and there is also a hold out of Palm Beach County for you. Palm Beach County will be made aware of the fact that you're here. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on the violation of probation.
It's fine, I know.
Peter, come on. Your name, sir?
Rodriguez.
All right, sir, you're here because you're arrested on a charge of violation of probation. There is no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Do I have a court date?
That's to be set, who's that set? Does the clerk or the jury set the VOPs? What's that? Yeah,
They'll see someone next.
yeah, your name, ma'am? Your name?
Donetta Hester.
Ms. Hester, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of violation of probation. There is no bond on that. I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
You'll see someone next week.
Your name, sir?
Morning.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Scraper?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're here today because you're arrested on a violation of probation. There is no bond on that, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Come forward, Mr. Smith. All right, your name, sir?
My name is Brian Smith.
This freaking computer, man.
Oh, Brian Smith.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Smith, you're here for 2 things. First of all, you were arrested on a violation of probation warrant from your possession of cannabis with intent and possession of cannabis. That case, there is no bond. I'll appoint a public defender on that violation of probation. And was he out on bond?
Yes, and he also has another case.
Just a second, Mr. Smith. We wait for the computer to do what it's supposed to do.
Your Honor, do you have the case number for the new law offense?
The 2022 CF 9069 AO.
Thank you.
That's a possession with intent to sell and deliver, and a possession. I do find sufficient probable cause as to the possession with intent. Except on the amount of $2,500, $500 on the possession of cannabis. Appoint a public defender in that case. And you're out on bond for another possession with intent and possession of cannabis, I'll revoke that bond. There'll be no bond on that. I think you already have, doesn't say, actually.
You say for the.
I'll appoint a public defender then on that one as well. So you got a public defender in all your cases then? Looks like it.
Your Honor, you say for the case that I'm out on bond for.
Yep.
Oh, okay, so
Yep. You have a violation of probation, no bond, and then I gave you a bond on your new case, and then the one you're out on bond on, I revoked that bond.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right. What was that? This has been a day. All right, your name, sir?
Daniel Sandberg, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Standingberry, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of violation of probation. There is no bond on that, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your name, sir? Your name?
Renzo Washington.
All right, Mr. Washington, you're here for a couple of things. First of all, you're here on a violation of probation, and there is no bond on that. Second of all, in 2022 CF 9056 AO, you were arrested on a charge of driving while license suspended as an habitual traffic offender, and I do find sufficient probable cause, set bond amount of $1,000 on that. You're also not to drive without a valid Florida driver's license if you do bond out. And then we have 2020 CF, wait a second, that might be that was the violation of probation. And then we have 2022 CF 9057 AO, possession of cocaine. I do find sufficient probable cause on that. And set bond amount of $1,000 on that, and also appoint a public defender in all of those cases. So in the violation of probation and the two new cases, I have appointed a public defender for you. And you also have an out-of-county hold. That's no bond.
VOP.
It's on a VOP from out of county. Your name, sir?
Edward Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here today because you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant. There is no bond on that, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you in that violation.
Thank you.
Your name, ma'am?
Latasha Winkster. Good
Ms.
morning.
Winkster, you're here, good morning. You're here because you were arrested on a violation of probation warrant for violation of drug court. There is no bond on that, and I will. All right, your name, sir?
Michael G. Barrientos, sir.
All right, Mr. Barrientos, you're here today because you're arrested on a probable cause warrant signed by Judge Caraballo for armed burglary of a dwelling with a firearm, grand theft third degree, 2 counts, stealing and stolen property, and receiving money from a pawnbroker. Counsel, wish to be heard?
Judge, we just asked the court not to revoke his bond.
All right, so the bonds on that, on this case are, were $5,000 for the first count for the armed burglary. Seems low, but $250, $250, $250, and $250 on the other 4 counts. You're not to possess any guns or weapons, any drugs or alcohol. You're not to return to, hold on just a sec.
Your Honor, for the record, I would like to note that count one is a first-degree felony,
why-
punishable by life.
It's 5,000 on the warrant.
I see that.
No return to, where's the address?
Doesn't say.
Home, residence, home.
I don't believe it lists
Doesn't list it.
the address, Your Honor.
Sure.
All right, well, no return to the, to her home, and that is, I think it doesn't also, Miss Bowen's. Oh, wait, there we go. 1723 White Heron Bay Circle, no return to that address. No contact with the alleged victim Bowens, Miss Bowens.
Yes, sir.
No guns, no alcohol, no drugs, no weapons.
Are you keeping the bonds as is, Your Honor?
Yeah, she made that choice.
And the out on bond?
That's the next decision. The only thing I can assume is the reason she set it at 5,000 was that the allegation is that it was taken in the burglary, so, and there was no one home. That's all I can assume. This happened July 10th. All right, and so your request is not to revoke the bond. What would be the,
That is correct, Judge. Yeah.
what's the argument on that? He's out on bond on something and then arguably went and. Hmm? Yeah, it's the same person too. State, what's your position?
Your Honor, I would ask that you revoke any bond and just double.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to revoke the bond and place a $3,000 bond on that. The case is coming back because it looked like it was in PTD, so I'm sure that this is going to cause it to get rejected. But I'll revoke the bond and then impose a $3,000 bond on that. Okay? And obviously, does he need do you want me to appoint the public defender in the other case, or they already have a notice? Okay, already has a PD then. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
It's not.
It's only
The
one
old,
count. And how much did you set the bond at, Your Honor? You said 3,000?
3,000, yes, on the PTD case, the one that he was out on bond on, and it's 5,000, and then I guess she put 250, 250, 250. Yeah, all the way down. Okay? All righty, thank you. Jeez Louise, it's 11:15. I should just resign my job now.
Hey, you want this back?
Man.
Previously sworn.
All righty.
Your Honor, my apologies, Judge. I'm so sorry. I'm so used to saying that every day. I have not been sworn this morning.
All righty.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to translate from Spanish to English, from English to Spanish in the testimony given today?
I do.
Okay.
Bennett is wearing a headset.
Your Honor, the interpreter confirmed this defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
Your name, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter is not able to hear the defendant. I'm going to ask her to speak up again.
J. Marjorie Berrios. Sí.
Jen Marjorie Berrios.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause.
Mm-hmm.
You were living with Nayeli Garcia Medina, is that right? You staying there with your brother and
Por ahora-
sister-in-law?
Ahora no.
Not now.
Okay, but were you prior to this?
Sí, ella vivía conmigo antes.
Yeah, she used to live with me before.
All right, so now you don't have any reason to go back to the 2835 Main Gate Village address then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes or no?
¿Puedes repetir la pregunta?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, do you have any reason to go back to your brother and your sister-in-law's address at 2835 Main Gate Village?
Esa no es la dirección mía.
That's not my address.
Okay, so you don't need to go back there. That's what I'm asking. Okay.
No.
All right, I'll set bond the amount of
No.
All right, I'll set bond the amount of $500. You're to have no contact whatsoever, no contact with Nayeli, it's Nayeli Garcia Medina. You're not to return to 2835 Main Gate Village. You're not to go to the alleged victim's place of business, Ross Dress for Less, on Millennia Plaza Way. You're not possessing any drugs, alcohol, guns, or weapons. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All righty, thank you.
Your Honor, the interpreter can respectfully request a case number for this last defendant.
Sure, it's 2022-5227AO.
Is that MM, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And next defendant is about to put the headset on.
Sí.
Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm this defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
Your name, sir?
Delvin Serrano Martinez.
Delvin Serrano Martinez.
All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on 2 violations of probation warrants. And there is a bond of $3,500 on one of those. Let me make sure that both of them have that same bond. Yes, it's $3,500 on each one. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on those violations of probation. You didn't? How come you didn't fill out? Do you want a lawyer appointed?
Sí, un abogado.
Yes.
And why didn't you fill out the form?
Porque no me lo han dado y no tengo intérprete.
Because it wasn't given to me and I don't have an interpreter.
Are you working now?
Esperando el SSI.
I'm receiving SSI.
How much do you get a month?
Todavía estoy en los médicos y eso.
Not yet. I'm dealing with the doctors and all of that.
So you don't get SSI? All right, and you're not working, so you have no income?
Sí, estoy trabajando, pero haciendo techo.
Yes, I'm working doing roofing.
Okay, I just asked you if you're working and you said no, you get SSI. Now you're saying roofing. Which one is it?
No, que está. Okay.
Are you
Mi cuenta. En lo
I work on my own.
How much do you make a month working on your own, doing roofing?
600 a $500.
$500, $600.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender on both of the violations of probation. Thank you.
No me puede dar un 10% de bound.
Can you give me a 10% bond?
No, I set the bonds are $3,500 apiece. You can talk to a bondsman and see what they'll charge you to do the bond, or you can pay the county the $7,000 cash bond and you'll get it all back. It may be the bondsman only wants 10%, but that's up to them. That's their contract.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's 2019 CF 10985AO and 2019 CF 13257AO.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Serrano Martinez. Is that it for the Spanish cases? Yes. Thank you, sir. Have a good weekend.
You're welcome, Your Honor. You as well, Your Honor.
Bye. Okay, where is this guy's name? I do not see him. All right, come on up. Your name, sir?
Patrick Parajon.
All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on an Allen County warrant. There is no bond on that. It's like,
Actually, no, Your Honor, he's only here because Hillsborough County never picked up. So they sent him back to IAs to see what the judge wanted to do.
how long has it been? 7/26? Is that when they picked him up?
He's been here since, yes, July 26th.
And they were notified then, and have they, what, did they say anything? Like, we don't want him?
They've been notified twice, and they just keep saying they'll forward it to their warrants division for a pickup.
All right. Set bond on both cases. Is it one case or two?
One case,
One case.
2 counts.
2 counts, $1,500 a count, $3,000. I'll set a bond for you, since Hillsborough County isn't coming, so it'll be $1,500 a count, so $3,000, okay? All righty. All right. Your name, ma'am?
Desiree Bridgers.
Ms. Bridgers, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Anyone here? No. And you were living at the South Kirkman address? Do you have another place to go?
I'm not sure yet.
What's that?
Not sure yet.
Okay. 'Cause I'm not, since there's no one here, I'm not gonna let you have any contact with Mr. Bundy or return to that address. You can go back one time, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's the aggravated assault set bond amount of $1,000. As to the the domestic violence battery, $500. You are not to return to 1969 South Kirkman Road. You can go back one time with law enforcement to pick up any personal items you may need, whether it's clothing, no TVs or that kind of stuff, but you can't pick up those things. You're not to have any contact with Aaron Bundy, Arion, A-R-R-I-O-N, Bundy's last name. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, ma'am?
Tabitha Emerson.
All right, Ms. Emerson, you're here today because you're arrested on the charge of false imprisonment, dating, violence, and possession of methamphetamine. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Mr. White, he's not here, so you're not going to be able to have any contact with Mr. White. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. As to the false imprisonment, I'll set bond amount of $500, to domestic, and the possession of methamphetamine, $1,000. I'll appoint a public defender, no contact with, was it Charles White? Cornelius White. And you guys weren't living together?
Yes, sir, we were for 6
You're not to have any contact with him, keep a separate residence from Mr. White. You're not to possess any drugs or alcohol or any guns or weapons, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
My name is Jonathan Luna.
Mr. Luna, you were here today because you were arrested on a charge of aggravated battery on a pregnant person, domestic violence. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
Can't see.
It's like, what, you know? Were you living at 520 East Church?
Yes, sir.
And was Ms. Sanchez living there also?
Yes, we live together.
All right, so is she still there, I assume?
I'm sorry?
She's still living there?
Yes.
All right, you're not gonna be able to go back there. You're not gonna have any contact with her for right now. So do you have another place to go?
I can figure it out.
Okay. All right, I'll set bond amount of $1,000, order that you have no contact with Myrna Campos Sanchez. No contact whatsoever. That means you can't call or can't text, nothing, right? You're not to return to 520 East Church Street. You can go back there one time with law enforcement, whether it's a deputy or a police officer, to pick up any personal items, clothing, toiletries, things like that you need in your day-to-day life, okay? Then you're not to possess any drugs or alcohol, any guns or weapons, and I'll appoint a public defender. Are you working now?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you fill out the affidavit of insolvency for the public defender? Do you want a lawyer appointed?
I was going to get a private one.
All right, so you don't want, all right, we'll just go ahead and, I'll just say to get your own attorney then, okay? All righty, good luck. You know what, after yesterday, this is actually, we're going smooth. Yesterday was a day. It was a day. Yes, I'm hoping that, your name, sir?
Richard Ross, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ross, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of aggravated assault, domestic violence. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause.
Correct, sir.
Were you living at 1137 Kenworth with Miss Winders?
Yes, I own the property.
All right.
Your Honor.
Yeah,
I believe Miss Winders is also on the
yeah,
docket.
she is.
I don't know if the
They
court
both
wants-
got arrested.
I don't know if the court wants to interview both of them as to contact.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. You are, Miss Winders also got charged with aggravated assault on you? Do you want to have contact with her?
Yes.
All right, is Miss Winders back there?
Yes, sir.
Can you bring her up, please? Robin Winders, it's like one of the very last ones. If not the last, yeah. Ms. Winders? Yeah, come on forward. All right, so you are arrested also for an aggravated assault, domestic violence, and I have read your charging affidavit and do find sufficient probable cause. The reason I have you guys both here is I'm going to ask you the same questions. I've already asked Mr. Ross. He says that he would like to have contact with you and doesn't fear you. Do you fear him? That's not a very encouraging response. Okay.
Your Honor, may I?
No, I'm talking to her.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'll order no contact then.
No, I don't fear him.
Well, why was there a hesitation there?
Your Honor, I have so many things going on right now. I'm freshly out of the hospital. I'm not breathing well. Everything is like an avalanche on my head right now.
Okay, well, most importantly is what's going on right here. Because the question is, if you want to have contact with him, then I will allow that. No hostile contact among each of you, but if you don't want to have contact, then I've got to figure out where everyone's going to go and where people are going to stay.
Your Honor, I love this man with all of my heart. We're having problems, and that needs to be worked on.
Okay,
But I don't want to sever contact with him. He is my life.
okay, all right. So, as to, Mr. Ross's case then, I'll set bond amount of $1,000. And, I guess it doesn't qualify. I will allow you to go back to the Kenworth Drive address. No hostile contact with Miss Winters. So that means you can't raise your voice, can't carry a hammer around, can't do nothing like that. Nothing hostile, okay? Understand? No possession of any drugs or alcohol or any guns or weapons?
But, Your Honor.
Okay, and you don't qualify for a public defender, so I can't appoint you a public defender.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Winters, I'm gonna set bond in your case. Let me see. Yeah, you also didn't qualify. I'll set bond in the amount of $1,000, and I'll allow you to go back to Kenworth, and you're not to have any hostile contact with Mr. Ross. Okay, so both of you guys are gonna have the same order. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, okay? And you didn't fill out an affidavit of insolvency. Do you work, Ms. Winters?
No, sir, I'm disabled.
You're a stay-at-home?
I'm disabled.
Okay, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you, and Mr. Ross did not qualify, so I can't appoint an attorney for him. Okay. Anyone gets hostile, that's a violation of your bond and you're back in jail. Okay? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay, good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your name, sir? All right, Mr. Shackelford, you're here for actually several things. First of all, you're arrested on a probable cause warrant for the charges of grand theft motor vehicle, battery, domestic violence, robbery by sudden snatching, and fleeing attempting to elude.
Your Honor, on that one, state has already filed, and we filed all of that except count 3, the robbery, sudden snatching.
Okay, so it's just grand theft, domestic violence, and fleeing?
Yes.
All right, so they didn't file on the robbery, sudden snatching, so just on those 3, I do find sufficient probable cause. As to count 1, grand theft motor vehicle, it'll be a $500 bond. As to fleeing or attempting to elude, it'll be $2,500 bond. And the domestic violence battery, $500 bond. And I think in this case, you are not living at the address of the allegation. Make sure this is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, this is okay. All right, you're not to have any contact with her name or just V?
Ms. Lopez?
Yeah, you're not to have any contact whatsoever, Ms. Lopez. You're not to return to her address or go to her place of employment. No contact whatsoever with her. No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on those cases. Let's see, you had a second probable cause warrant. Has that been filed on?
Not yet, Your Honor.
So it's just the 3?
The date of incident was 8/2 on that one.
Yeah, that would explain that. And in this case, there's another warrant that was signed by a judge.
I have 2 warrants.
There's a new one. I swear, I don't know what has been the problem here, but.
And I believe this one is Ms. Barronville.
Yeah, hang on, my Odyssey's messing up again. Second one. In that, it's a probable cause warrant signed by a judge with charge of false imprisonment and battery domestic violence. And in that case, The alleged victim is Demia Barronville. Has the false imprisonment and set a bond amount of $1,000, the battery domestic violence $500. You're not to have any contact with Demia Barronville, Baronville, no contact whatsoever. It looks like it was in a vehicle, so there's no place to, you're not to go where she lives or her place of employment. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And then last of all,
I also believe there's a child present in that one, Your Honor. I'm not sure if DCF was contacted.
yeah, if DCF, I think it was his child in the backseat. So if
believe so.
DCF gets involved, you're to follow any orders that DCF enters. And wasn't there an out on bond?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay. All right, thank you.
So I have bond for all my charges?
Yep. Sworn that he. Your name, sir?
Jacob Soto.
Hey, Mr. Soto, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of aggravated battery, domestic violence, and possession of fentanyl. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Now, were you living at the Bloomfield Drive address?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and do you have another place to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, where's that?
5052 Red Bay Drive. I've been there about 10 years before I moved to Bloomfield.
All right, so what, okay, I will, step on and count one as to, $1,000, count two, $1,000. You're not to return to 10600-15 Bloomfield Drive. You can go back there one time with law enforcement if you have any personal items, clothing and things such as that. So you can go back there one time, but you gotta have a deputy or a police officer with you. Pick those things up and take them with you. You're not to have any contact with Nicole. Let's just note this. Nicole Ramos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ezekiel Ramos, either. And Aiden Soto. Is DCF involved?
Not that I saw, Your Honor.
If DCF does get involved, you need to follow any kind of order they may enter. You're not to possess any drugs or alcohol. You're not to possess or use any guns or weapons. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
George Vella.
All right, Mr. Vella, you're here today because you're arrested on 2 charges of child abuse. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause. And you were living at 9339 Nelson Park Circle?
Yes.
And that was with your wife, Amanda, and the 2 daughters, is that correct?
She's my, we just co-parent and we live together.
Okay, all right. All right, well, I will step on each of these, count 1, 1,000, count 2, 1,000. And order that you not return to 9339 Nelson Park. You need to have a separate residence from your, from Isabella Vella, excuse me, yeah, well, actually, from all 3. From Amanda Miller, no, that's not who it is, hold on. Yes, Amanda Miller, no contact with her. No contact with Angelina and Isabella Vella, your the 2 daughters. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. You can go back to the Nelson Park address one time with law enforcement to pick up any personal items you may need, okay? And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, I would also ask for a no return to the children's school.
Okay, yeah, and no, can't go to the kids' school either. Anywhere they might be. Okay. All right, you're all set.
And I believe DCF was contacted on this one.
Yeah, if DC, I'm sure they will, DCF will be involved, so you need to follow any orders that they may enter as well as dealing with custody or visitation.
DCF already was
Yeah, I'm sure they probably are. So whatever they've ordered as far as visitation and stuff, you need to follow that as well as a condition of bond.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All righty.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Come on up. Your name, sir?
Charles Williams.
Hi, Mr. Williams, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of aggravated battery on a pregnant person, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. And do you have a place to go other than the Grossenbacher Drive address?
Your Honor, I believe he was the only one living there. I don't believe the alleged victim lived there.
Okay, so you live there?
Yes, that's where I live.
Okay, she doesn't live there?
No, and she was supposed to have been under some type of manner where she's not supposed to come to our home because she's come there and has been very violent before.
Okay.
But apparently the paperwork must have haven't came through, so she's done it again. And this time she told the officers a story, and I wound up being arrested from my home.
Right. All right, so I'll let you go back there. Brittany Wilson, you can't have any contact with her. It doesn't sound like you want any contact with her.
No, sir.
All right, so you're not to have any contact with her. But I will let you go back to your house, okay? I'll set bond in the amount of $500. And no drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, ma'am?
Patrice.
Last name?
Huh?
You need to keep your mask up.
Okay.
Yep. Patrice, last name?
Green.
All right, Ms. Green. You're here today because you're arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery. I've reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause. Sir, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Your name?
Anthony Weems.
All right, and you are the alleged victim in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And are you here because you do not want to have contact with Ms. Green, or are you here because you want to tell me that you have no problem with having contact with her?
I don't want to have contact with her.
All right. And the address, the Udine Avenue address, is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay, was she living there?
No, she was not.
All right. And does she have any items or anything there that she would need to even come there?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Okay, Ms. Green, I'm going to set bond in the amount of $500. I'm going to order that you not return to 7713 Udine Avenue. You're not allowed to go there, okay? And you're not to have any contact with your uncle, with Anthony Lamar Weems, okay? You can go there one time. She can go one time with law enforcement. She's got to have a deputy or a police officer with her. If she doesn't have one of those, that's a violation of her bond, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to order that you not possess or use any drugs or weapons or guns or alcohol. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Your name, sir?
Juan Jackson.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you're here because you're arrested on a probable cause warrant signed by a judge for the charges of domestic violence battery and petty theft. And on the domestic violence battery, were you living at the, that's the Orange Inn, so it's a hotel. Okay. All right. Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Solemnly swear testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Your name?
Mia Harris.
Okay. And Ms. Harris, you're the alleged victim of this case, is that right?
Yes.
Are you here to tell me that you want to have contact or do not want to have contact with Mr. Jackson?
I'll come here to tell you that I want to drop the charges because he gave me all my property back and everything.
Okay. All right. That's going to have to be something you'll have to contact the state attorney's office about later on. But for right now, my question is going to be, If, do you want me to order him to stay away from you?
No, that's my help. I need him.
Okay. Where are you staying?
I really don't have nowhere to go right now. I've been up all night.
Okay. All right, so I can order no hostile contact. That means he can't raise his fist to you, can't yell at you, can't obviously batter you, can't do anything like that. Is that what you'd like?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, state would just like to bring it to the court's attention. State would be asking for no contact at this time. Mr. Jackson has a fairly lengthy battery DV history among several victims, but it appears against Miss Harris. The last 4 priors are a 2021, a 2020, another 2020, and a 2019. Just showing an ongoing history.
So this is
between
the
victim.
5th time with the same person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jackson, you know, you got to make your own life choices, but this is the 5th time that he's been arrested for putting his hands on you.
But sir, that's not just it's my fault. It's my fault too. I got a slick mouth. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the
Yeah, but you know, smart mouth doesn't mean that you get a fist in that mouth.
understand.
Words are not the same.
Understand.
And I mean, the reality is, State, I can order her no, and then you know it's going to happen.
I know, Your
You
Honor.
know, she's going to come around with him.
Yeah, that's all I got. I don't have
okay.
nobody.
All right, I'll as to the battery domestic violence, I'll set bond amount of $500, the petty theft, $250. No hostile contact with Miss Jackson, Harris, Mia Harris. And they can have the same residence, because that's what she wants. Ms. Jackson, you're not to possess any drugs or weapons, any guns or alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you, okay? No hostile contact with her.
Judge, how can I get his property?
Yeah, yeah. He wants it.
Judge,
Yes, go
how
ahead.
can I get his property to get him out?
Well, he's got a bond now, so it's 500 and 250. He can bond out, or you can cash bond him out or whatever. Yeah, you just got to get
Yeah, but he
downstairs.
have it on him. He have it in his property.
Well, he'd have to sign that out to you, okay? All right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Your name, sir?
Yes, sir.
Your name?
Cayman,
Last name?
Noreen.
All right, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. The Senjil court address, is that where you were living?
Yes, sir.
And that's with Qatar?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And do you have another place to go?
I have my mother's home.
Okay, because I'm not going to let you go back there on the short term. You can't go back there since she's not here to say she wants contact. All right, I will set bond the amount of $500. Order that you not return to 7760 Senjil Court. That's Senjill. You can go there one time with a law enforcement person with you. In other words, you call the deputies or call the police department, whichever is the jurisdiction, and ask them to meet you there. You can go there one time, pick up any clothing you have, any personal items that you need for your day-to-day life. And, but that's it. You're not to have any contact with Qatar, Kawtar. And you're not to possess any drugs or alcohol or any guns or weapons.
Your Honor, DCF was also called.
All right, and since the Department of Children and Family has been involved, if there's an order entered, you need to follow anything in that order as part of your bond as well, as far as visitation and things, okay?
Do you know how long?
All right, did he qualify? Did you want a lawyer appointed? You didn't fill out an affidavit, how come?
I was told by my parents that.
They're gonna hire somebody?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just put down as to get own attorney. All right, you're all set, thank you, sir. Your name, ma'am?
Becky Rodriguez.
Ms. Rodriguez, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. And you lived at the Alston Bay Boulevard address?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is Jason also living there? Is that, oh, hold on, where did I get that name from?
Jason?
Yeah, no, it doesn't have the name, I just was assuming. Let me see. No, Armar? Is that your boyfriend's name?
Nigel Ramus?
Yes,
Yeah, Amar is his middle name.
middle name. Okay,
He doesn't
Nigel.
live
So
there.
Nigel Ramus, is Nigel living at that address?
No, he lives in Kissimmee.
Okay, so this was your address?
Right.
Okay. All right, I will set bond amount of $500. Unless you want, you can be released, pretrial release, you do qualify for those conditions, which would not require a cash bond of any type. There are conditions to it, yeah.
I apologize. You're asking if I want a pretrial release?
Yeah, you can do pretrial release with conditions, or you can have to post a $500 bond.
With conditions.
All right, I'll release your PTR, and you can go back to your address. You're not to have any contact with Nigel, Nigile Ramos, last name, no contact with him. And no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Okay?
One question?
Sure.
Will he be notified of this so he knows that we're not to contact each other?
If he contacts you, that's not you contacting him, but you need to say, as soon as he does that, you can't, I'm not allowed to talk to you.
Oh, I
All
can
right?
respond?
Yeah, because here's the thing. I don't have any control over him. I got control over you.
Okay.
Right? So if he texts you, to text him back one time to say, I'm not allowed to talk to you, that's not going to be a violation. But you can't text him first. You can't engage in a conversation. All you can do is just say, nope, can't have contact.
Understood.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
She may respond well.
Yeah, go ahead and put that on there, just in case there's some issue with it. I noticed he was getting up to try to tell her. Let's see. I can find these. There it is. All right, your name, sir?
Yanni Fossil.
Mr. Fossil, you're here today because you're arrested on warrants out of Seminole County. There is an armed burglary conveyance. There's no bond on that. And on the grand theft of a firearm, there's a $3,000 bond on that. Okay? Okay. Well, we don't do GPS here, so. They said that on the KPS, it says a GPS monitor should be installed. We don't do that here, so.
No, usually what happens, my understanding is Seminole will come and place it on him if he puts.
Okay, all right. I guess you can put it on there if Seminole requires it. Yeah, just leave it on there, but we don't do it, so.
It'll be Seminole's responsibility.
Okay, yeah. Or that's we can put it's the responsibility of Seminole County to put it in there. All right, thank you, sir. Come on up, sir. Your name, sir? Mr. Gatlin, you're also here on two warrants. These are out of Duval County. One is for ag battery with deadly weapon. The bond is $25,003. And the other is for criminal mischief. It's $2,503. Is there a third one?
Yeah, I got a third one too.
Hold on, let me see. I don't see it on here. What's the bond on the third one? It's not in the little packet. $358. The heck is that?
Traffic.
That's for the third one out of Duval, yeah. It's, no valid driver's license, $358, okay? All righty. And if you don't bond out, we'll notify Duval County that you're here. So if you bond out, though, you're gonna have to go back to Duval, otherwise they'll come pick you up. Okay. Your name, sir?
Joseph Hooker.
Mr. Hooker, you're here because you're arrested on a warrant from Seminole County, and it's for a possession of cocaine, a violation of probation, and there's no bond on that.
Yes, sir.
And we will notify Seminole County.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mhm. Your name, sir?
Joseph Valentin.
All right, Mr. Valentin, you're here today because you were arrested on warrants out of Brevard County. And one of them is for driving while license suspended, and there is a bond of $1,500. The other is for leaving the scene of an accident with an additional $1,500 bond. And same thing, if you bond out, then you just need to go back to Brevard County, and if you don't, we're gonna let them know, and they can come get you. Okay?
Thank you.
Your name, sir? Mr. Williams, you're here today because you're arrested on a out-of-county warrant for violation of probation on possession of drug paraphernalia. And there is no bond on that, and this warrant is from Seminole County. Okay, they'll be contacted and come get you. No bond on the possession of paraphernalia, even though it's a violation. I mean, come on. Your name, sir?
Mark Dennis Bittner, sir.
Just a sec. All right, Mr. Bittner, you're here because you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and that is, there's a bond on count, on one of $5,000 and on the other of $1,000. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that violation of probation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. Just a sec. All right, your name, sir?
Clarence Brown.
Mr. Brown, you're here today because you were arrested on a violation of probation,
Yes, sir.
and that was, hang on a second. Is this the one? Yeah, she did set a bond on this. And the bond, there's no bond on that, on the violation.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you are also out on bond on ag battery on a Leo.
So it's for the charge that I violated on, sir?
Yeah, there's two. There's an ag battery on a Leo, and there's a grand theft third degree, possession from fire by convicted felon, possession of ammunition by convicted felon, resisting and fleeing. I revoke, on those two cases, I'll revoke those bonds and set no bonds, so you'll be getting credit on all of them, might as well, okay? I'll appoint a public defender on the new case, on the violation. Man, this thing- Come on. Just a second, Mr. Cunningham. Okay. All right, Mr. Cunningham, first of all, you're here because you're arrested on a violation of probation. And that there is no bond on that. And then you also have a new charge. Man, I mean, it's just not responding. That's the problem with not doing paper, is that, you know, if the computer, it's like molasses has been poured in this thing. No, that's okay. I mean, I think it's just every other 2 or 3 and then it'll crash and then it starts up and it's fine. All right, Mr. Cunningham, you are also here because you're arrested for the charges of possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver, possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. Had reviewed the charging affidavit, I do find sufficient probable cause on those. So the bonds will be stayed at $15,000 count 1, $1,000 count 2, $500 count 3, and $250 count 4. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on those charges as well. So you got a public defender on the VOP as well as the new charge.
You had 3 cases.
And there's a on-view VOP as well.
Okay, there's no bond on that as well.
bond on what? You said third case?
There was you had a third violation. Which case did they stick that one in? I don't have it on my Odyssey. There's another violation of probation, so you have the 2016 case, and there was an on-view for another one, and so there's no bond on those two as well. And for the public defender in all the violation cases. All right, ma'am. Your name, ma'am?
Rebecca Griffith.
Ms. Griffith, you're here today because you were arrested on a violation of probation warrant, and there is no bond on that. That was from a possession of fentanyl charge. I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hunt, in the violation of probation case, there is no bond. And I did find sufficient probable cause in the burglary and trespass.
We'll waive his appearance as well, Your Honor.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender in both cases, and in the burglary, set bond of $5,000, and the trespass, $750.
You're gonna stay with us for no
250, I'm
return,
sorry,
no contact?
250. What's that?
Stay with us for no return, no contact, no weapons?
Yeah, no return to 254 East First Street, or any contact with the alleged victim. You know, just listed as victim on there. Yeah, now that there's a violation, I removed the PTR, just 5,000. No ability for that. Okay, your name, ma'am?
Kathleen Schwartz.
Ms. Schwartz. That's the wrong one. It crashed. Hang on just a second. Here we go back. Mr. Schwartz, you're here for two matters. First of all, you were arrested on a new charge of prostitution, and I have reviewed the charging affidavit. There is sufficient probable cause. Bond set at $500. If you do bond out, you're not to return to the mapping zone. And also, you were on probation for uttering a forgery and grand theft. There's a bond of $5,000 on one of on the uttering a forgery violation of probation, and $100 or $150 on the violation of probation for the grand theft. And I'll appoint a public defender on the violation of probation as well as the new case. All right, your name, sir?
Shukrullah Shermat.
Okay. All right, sir, you're here today. You're arrested on a violation of probation warrant on the child abuse charges. There is no bond on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. You have a lawyer in that violation case. Oh. Are you working? Are you working now?
No.
You have a job? How much do you make? What do you usually make in a month?
$800. I'm a truck driver.
All right, and do you have kids, any other dependents?
Yeah,
All right, okay, so I'll appoint a public defender to represent him in the violation. All righty, you're all set. Good morning. Your name, sir?
Oh, Biscayne.
This case is interesting. It's a right-hand, left-hand situation, it looks like. Because the judge signed a warrant, the actual VOP that the judge signed, he put 10,000 on. you look at, it's weird. On both of them, I think. He had already issued a capias in court for no bond, and then it looks like they sent him an amended violation of probation warrant. And the amended, had a bond line on it, which usually when you send an amended VOP, they just amend it and you sign it and that's fine. You usually don't put a bond on it. But he put $10,000 on both of them. So I don't know what he wanted to do. Because he did that after he had already issued the capias, I guess, because of the failure to appear. It's really strange. If you look at the arrest affidavit for the VOP, it says 0, but actually, if you look at the paperwork, it shows that Judge Shoemaker signed it for $10,000. So what I'll do is, on both of these violations, I'm gonna set bond in the amount of $10,000, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on the violations. So there will be a bond, okay?
Even the bonds on the FTAs as well?
No, he'll have to repost and all that. I mean, he failed to appear, so they forfeit the bond and everything. The capias that was there is what they served on him, right, to be here. So that's why those capiases were, if you look, from court and on 527 were no bond. But then subsequent to that, then they sent him the amended violation and he wrote 10,000.
Judge.
All righty.
And if you want, we can start with that ROR motion. State's ready.
Oh, okay. All right, so on the record, it's 2022 CF 7492AO, Matthew Ryan Clark. And I've been presented an amended order, which will be granted, defendant has, okay, the language has been changed, to be granted to be released on their own recognizance if an information or indictment is not filed by the 40th day. Defendant's 40th day is August 7th.
Yes, Judge.
All right, and then that's signed. Okay. There you go.
And I believe we have the ROR motion for Mr. Lamar, the city case.
Who?
The city case that.
Oh, yeah.
City wasn't notified. I'm ready on that one if you want.
Okay, what about that one?
It should be denied and information was filed.
They did file it? Oh.
Yes.
I sent it off. I mean, I didn't know it was, I know we addressed it. Let me see.
Me too, that's all right. So they did file it, though?
We did, Your Honor, when they filed it, I think it was, what, 11,
It's the, take some, I can print another
like
one.
11 o'clock.
22 MO 760 AO. Ray Lamar.
Okay, come on forward. Come forward. Your name, sir?
Yes, sir.
Your name?
Timothy Walter Lafferty.
Hi, Mr. Lafferty. You're here today because you were arrested on a charge of trespass after warning.
Yes, sir.
All right, I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. I can't set a bond of $500. Is there an offer in the case?
Yes, Your Honor, State did convey an offer to Mr. Lafferty of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return.
All right, Mr. Lafferty, if you wish to enter a plea of no contest, the state's
No
offering.
contest, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to speak as
Okay.
friend of the court if not appointed?
Yes, I'll appoint you.
For the time. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Sir.
Just a moment, Your Honor, prepare a plea.
Okay.
I'm drooling. Whitney. Whitney Houston, one song. Tina Turner, 1,000 remix. Greatest love of all. Yes. One Whitney. Let it be the Beatles. That's Tina.
Your Honor, can we be appointed in this case?
Yes.
Let it be.
All right, so Mr. Lafferty, you want to enter a plea of no contest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Yes, sir.
Taking medication for that?
No, sir, 2 weeks.
All right, but you do understand what this case is about from the trespass?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You read this plea form, you understood the rights and signed it. Do you have any questions about the rights that you're giving up?
No, Your Honor, I do it every month.
All right, and you understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine? And that
Yes, sir.
And the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not.
Yes, sir.
All right, I do find a sufficient factual basis. I'll judge you guilty of the offense. You'll be sentenced to time served.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. That's a total of $273, and I'll give you 12 months to pay that, okay?
Thank you, Your
And you're
Honor.
not to go back to 621 West
Yes,
Lancaster.
thanks, God.
All righty, can't go back there, okay? All righty, you'll be released as to this case.
Right on the top of this amended. She said.
Okay. All right, your name, sir?
Terrence Lee.
Hi, Mr. Lee. You're here today because you were arrested for petty theft with 2 prior convictions and a trespass. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Set bond in the petty theft is $1,000, $500 on the trespass. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you, and I'll take no action on the ROR on the possession of cocaine. Good afternoon. Your name, sir?
Joshua Simmons.
All right, Mr. Simmons, you're here today because you're arrested on an indecent exposure charge. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find there's sufficient probable cause. Set bond in the amount of $500. If you do bond out, you're not to return to the Florida Mall parking lot or any of the area around inside or outside of the Florida Mall. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Okay, can I get pretrial release?
Thank you. No, you don't qualify.
All right.
All righty.
Good morning.
Your name, sir?
Reginald Jackson.
Okay, Mr. Jackson. You're here today because you were arrested for the charge of burglary, restructure, and grand theft 3rd degree. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. The burglary charge carries a bond of $3,500 and the grand theft $1,000. I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Question about pretrial release.
You don't qualify.
Thank you.
Mhm. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. And your name?
Antoine Wright.
What was that? Oh, okay. All right, sir, you're here because you're arrested on a probable cause warrant for the charge of sexual battery with a child, with a familiar or custodial authority and eluding lascivious molestation, state?
Your Honor, state did file an information with those two charges. Count one is a first-degree felony that is punishable by life. So state's requesting a no bond on count one instead of reasonable bond on count two.
All right. So they have filed that. I don't have that yet. Okay, as to count one, there'll be no bond. As to count two, set $5,000. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you on, oh wait, you don't qualify. Are you working now?
Yes, sir.
How much do you make a month?
Sir?
Your Honor, I believe I did file a.
I mean, if you're gonna be in jail, you're not gonna be able to work, right?
He said he made $1,400 every 2 weeks, and he don't have no dependents.
Well, he's got the kid, the one child, obviously.
I've been.
Yeah, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, state would ask for no contact with the victim or.
Yeah, no contact with, that's right, hold on, just let me grab that real quick. There's a couple of people. Oh, it's all blacked out. All right, no contact with the alleged victim, no contact with her mother, no contact with Denise Johnson, and the alleged, and then no return to, is it 5772 South Texas Avenue, number 7? If you do, you need to keep a separate residence from the alleged victim.
Yes, sir. I no longer reside there. We've.
Okay, right. You need to have a separate residence, can't return there. If you do have any items there, you can go there one time. Okay? All righty, thank you. Your name, ma'am?
Alan Carlisle.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of prostitution. I have read the charging affidavit and I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond set in the amount of $500.
Your Honor, would you consider ROR as a first violation? And I don't know if she exactly qualifies for pretrial diversion, but there is a pretrial diversion program for this charge.
Your Honor, state would object. She has a fairly lengthy criminal history.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on here. 7 felonies. I'm going to impose, I'm going to put the bond, $500 bond. No returning to the mapping zone if you do bond out, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, ma'am?
Brenda Darlene Gallagher.
All right, Ms. Gallagher, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of prostitution. I did find sufficient probable cause. Set bond in the amount of $500.
Your Honor, would you consider ROR here as well? Also, she does otherwise qualify for pretrial release. We would request ROR.
Yeah, it looks like the only felony she's got is a duelist from before. She actually does qualify for PTR.
Your Honor, state would request PTR over ROR. She does have 6 prior contempts and VOPs showing inability to comply with court orders. State's concerned regarding her
But
ability.
I'll release her PTR, and no return to the mapping zone, and appoint a public defender. Okay? All right. I do find sufficient probable cause in Mr. Lesser. I'll appoint a public defender for Mr. Lesser. And I'll set bond in the amount of $100. Is there an offer in the case that they might want to take?
There was an offer, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, but I'm unaware of the mental health condition, why he would be in mental health. So resetting it may not do anything, but
okay,
the court's inclined.
I mean, I can set him again, bring him back up on Monday, or, well.
That's fine, Your Honor.
I would say tomorrow, but I don't know who's going to be here tomorrow, but next week, I think it's Judge Allen.
So reset from Monday, Yana?
Yeah, let's do that and see if he gets back, and then we can, I mean, I'll set the bond, and we'll stay the bond where it's at, and then, or at $100, and then if he's okay and he wants to plea, we can resolve it. Okay? Yeah, just recall for possible plea. All right, Ms. Taylor. I did review the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause set bond the amount of $500. No return to the 455 North Garland Avenue, the Lynx bus station. No contact with Tim Long. No drugs, no guns, no weapons, no alcohol. And appoint a public defender to represent on that case. And I'll leave the PTR from Osceola in place.
We waive the appearance as well, Your Honor.
What's that?
We waive the appearance as well.
Okay, thank you. All right. Come on up. Your name, ma'am?
Latiana Tessier.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of prostitution. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. I'll set upon the amount of $500 and will require that you not return to the mapping zone if you do go to the, if you do bond out, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
So I'm staying.
Would the court consider ROR due to financial difficulties?
Do you have any failure to appear?
She does. She had prior period to appear in 2018, and then she pled to the same thing earlier this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the bond in place. And it's crashing. Hang on just a second. All right, your name, ma'am?
Audrey Walker.
Ms. Walker, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of prostitution.
Your Honor.
Yep.
May I be heard as to the sole count? I know I did. May I be heard?
Say the assault count?
No, the sole count. I know it's probably not going to change the bond amount, but I don't believe there are facts in the affidavit that suggest that this is a second violation. I believe that needs to be in the arrest affidavit to find PC. I believe there's enough PC for a first violation.
Yeah, it does look like it's, yeah, I don't see any, there's no indication. I'm not sure why it even says that. So I find probable cause for a first time. And I'll impose a $500 bond, appoint a public defender, no return to mapping zone. Your name, sir? Your name? First name Anthony? All right, Mr. Williams, you're here today because you're arrested for petty theft and trespass. After warning, I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. The bond on the petty theft is $250, and the bond on the trespass is $100, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, we just asked for no return to that.
And no return to, is this the Wawa case?
It is a. Doesn't say what the business is.
Yeah.
It is a
No return to 4100 East Colonial Drive. Okay, all right, thank you. Your name, sir?
Robert Falou.
Mr. Falou, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of open container. I have read the charging affidavit, sufficient probable cause. Is there a plea?
Yes, Your Honor, state did convey an offer on behalf of the city of a withhold credit term served.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Falou, would you like to enter a plea of no contest for a time served sentence?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
This plea form understood the rights and signed it. Do you have any questions about the rights on the form?
No, sir.
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea might result in deportation if you're not a citizen. Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, I do find a sufficient factual basis. I'll withhold adjudication. Since the time served, I'll impose court cost of $223, and I'll give you 12 months to pay that off. All right, and you'll be released as to this case.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm. All right. Point of public defender,
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
oppose $100 bond. Again, I'm sure there's a plea agreement on that.
Not yet, Your Honor.
No? Okay, then we'll just move on from him. Your name, sir?
Caleb Phillips.
All right, Mr. Phillips, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of disorderly conduct. What was the statement of misdemeanors? Was that resisting?
I believe it's in. The disorderly is for provoking and engaging in a fight, and then the state misdemeanor is for resisting.
Resisting?
Yes.
Okay,
We would just ask you to stay the bond, Your Honor.
yeah. Yeah, I'll stay the bonds at 500 disorderly conduct, state misdemeanor $100, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, state would also ask for a no return to Skyfox, Wicked Whiskies, or Saddle Up.
Yeah, no return to those locations if you do bond out. Yeah. Your name, sir?
Luis Barriga Sanchez.
All right, sir, you're here today because you have failed to appear, wasn't it, or was he arrested just on this?
That's to appear.
For a charge of no valid driver's license. Not on here, where is it? Why is it not listed on here? It's not there.
Right.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because his citation doesn't. She put it
In the queue. So he's out on bond on a DUI. Okay, so the ticket that they filed is a driving license suspended ticket, but the charging affidavit says no valid driver's license.
Your Honor, state doesn't have an offer at this time, and requests that you revoke the out on bond due to him having a suspended license, at least 3 prior DUIs, and he's, again.
He's out on bond for a DUI now, isn't he?
I'm sorry?
Isn't he out on bond for a DUI?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, I'll set bond on this at 500, and then I'm gonna revoke the bond on the DUI with, it was a DUI 3 prior, according to the, and appoint a public defender on the new case.
A moment to confer, Your Honor.
What's that?
You have a
Okay,
moment to
sure,
confer?
Sure. I don't see this one either.
This one.
The next one, Gonzalez Abdiel.
Call.
Was it Charbonnar, okay.
Your Honor, may we have the Spanish interpreter for Mr. Gonzalez? Abdil Gonzalez. He didn't understand anything I was saying.
Good afternoon, this is Dalia Romero, Spanish interpreter on the line, already sworn in today.
All right, Trent's putting on the headset.
Okay. He can hear the interpreter, Your Honor.
All right, your name, sir?
Abdiel Charbonnier Gonzalez.
Abdiel Charbonnier Gonzalez.
All right, sir, you're here today because you failed to appear on the charge of driving while license suspended in, it's like May. The warrant was issued. Bond is $500 on that.
Our state did convey an offer to Mr. Gonzalez of an adjudication for time served.
Your Honor, I did try to speak with Mr. Gonzalez before court, but the language barrier, and I did give him right before court a Spanish plea form to review, but
If you do wish to resolve your case today, sir, you can enter a plea of no contest to the charge of driving while license suspended. And it would be an adjudication and time served and court costs.
could the court inform him of any citizenship or enhanceability issues as well, please?
One thing to consider, driving while license suspended, and I don't have, I'm surprised it's not in here. Let me just check real quick. Yeah. I don't see a driving record in your file, but driving while license suspended does enhance, and by that it means each time you get one, it becomes more serious. And it's a misdemeanor a couple of times, then it can be a felony. And more importantly, if you get 3 driving while license suspended convictions or any qualifying offenses, which are on the back of your plea form at the bottom, but any combination of 3 of those within 5 years will result in you be found to be an habitual traffic offender by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, and will result in your driving privileges being suspended for a period of 5 years. If you get 3 of those. I'm unable, because I don't have a driving record, I'm unable to take a look at it to make sure that you're not in that situation, but that should be something that you're aware of. How many times you've been previously convicted of driving while suspended, DUI, fleeing, attempting to elude, and you can see the other offenses that are listed on there. So, just for
The only thing I see, just for the court's knowledge, is a 2020 orange Dwellis withhold. So
is it criminal or
criminal?
It was criminal. Okay, so from the state's review, your driving record, it looks like you may have a 2020 driving while license suspended, which means that this would be your second strike. So that until whatever that date was in 2020, until 2025, if you get another driving while license suspended or any other qualifying offense, you would be found to be a habitual traffic offender, and your license would be suspended for 5 years. So that would be a second strike. It's not going to keep you from being able to go and still try to get your license reinstated. This conviction would not do that. Or you could not plea, you can bond out if you wish, and then try to get your driver's license. My expectation is, I don't know, it looks like you failed to appear for arraignment, so you didn't show up from the start. Court delinquencies and some unpaid court costs and tickets. Yeah, actually, there's also this date says 17. Okay, so he pled on 2/6. Yeah, so from February 6th of 20 until 2025, February 5th of 2025, if you resolve this one today, you can't get another driving while suspended or other qualifying offense until that date, because because that would be your second conviction. So what do you wish to do? Do you want to just set a bond and then you can hire an attorney, or do you want to resolve it?
Sí, quiero pagar la fianza.
Yes, I want to pay the bond.
Okay, all right, we'll set a bond amount of $500, and you don't qualify for the public defender, apparently makes too much money, so we'll be responsible to hire our own attorney. Don't miss your court date the next time. That's what happened. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any others? Is that the only Spanish case?
My knowledge, Your Honor, yes.
Yes, no?
No more.
All right. That's all we know. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you're welcome, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Bye. But the way things been going, it's gonna happen. Your name, sir?
Pedro Enrique Medina Cepeda.
You don't understand.
What about Kleinman? All right, so this is Mr. Medina Cepeda. All right. Get your file here. All right, so you're here today because you failed to appear on a driving while license suspended charge.
Your Honor, there's not an offer at this time.
And the bond is $1,000. And does he qualify for a public, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that.
Sure, we can plea to the bench. Your Honor, I believe Mr. Cepeda wishes to plea to the bench. I believe there was an offer at one point of a withhold court costs. But pleading to the bench, I know that's not a guarantee.
All right, Mr. Cepeda Medina, you do understand that driving while suspended is due enhance, and that means that every time you get one, it goes up a little bit level. So it's either a or second-degree misdemeanor, then a first-degree misdemeanor, then it can be a felony. You understand that? Yes?
Yes, sir.
You also understand that if you get 3 convictions within a 5-year period, you will be found to be an habitual traffic offender and you'll lose your license for 5 years. Understand that?
Yes, sir.
I don't have a driving record, so I can't tell you whether you're going to qualify for that, but you should be aware of if you do have at least 2 convictions in the last year, okay? You understand that that's a possibility? Yes?
Yes, sir.
And so you want to resolve your case?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you want to enter, you can resolve your case in adjudication, court cost, and a $50, $50 cost of prosecution, so it'd be $306.
Yes, sir.
You want to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
Go ahead and sign your plea form. Do you have any questions about the rights on that form?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and sign it. Yeah, it looks like he failed to appear.
It's fine.
I think, yeah, 356.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yep. Any questions about the rights?
No, sir.
All right, you understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Yes, sir.
All right. Find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I'll judge you guilty. It'd be court costs, $50 cost of prosecution, and there's also going to be the DERP fee. So it'll be a total of $356, and I'll give you 12 months to pay that. Okay?
Sir.
And time served, so you'll be released as to this case.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 40 days.
40? Oh, yeah.
How many days?
40.
Okay, because I was.
40.
Okay.
There you go. No calculation necessary. Your name, sir?
Billy Pence.
All right, Mr. Pence, you're here today because you were arrested on 2 charges, driving while driving while under the influence, and a refusal to submit to blood, breath, or urine test. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause on the DUI. The bond will be $500, and on the refusal to submit would be $250.
Your Honor.
Yep.
He does otherwise qualify for pretrial.
Oh, he does. All right, so you want me to set bonds, or you want me to release you with pretrial conditions? There won't be, there's no.
I wasn't on drugs.
Okay, that's not my question.
Out on my
Listen to my question. Do you want me to set bonds, or do you want me to release you pretrial release?
pretrial release.
All right, I'll release you pretrial release on both cases, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Okay? That?
Any conditions?
Yeah, no, do not operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license, no drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol.
Okay.
All righty?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Your name, sir?
Walt Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith, you're here today because you failed to appear in a driving while license suspended charge. Actually, is it, no, it's, did I click the wrong one? Hang on, yeah. That's right. And there's a bond of $1,000 on that.
Your Honor, state did convey and offered Mr. Smith of an adjudication credit time served.
Okay. State's offering, if you wish to resolve that case today, it would be an adjudication of guilt and time served. I do understand that the driving while suspended does enhance. Every time you get one, it becomes a little more serious. Goes from a second-degree misdemeanor to first-degree misdemeanor, and then at that point, it could potentially become a felony. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You also understand that if you get 3 qualifying offenses, driving while suspended is one of those qualifying offenses. Within a 5-year period, you would lose your license for 5 years. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead and sign that.
I can get a conditional license to work and to get out here because I live in Lakeland.
That's all, you'd have to contact the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. I could tell you that you could have one of those, but it's totally up to them. Completely, it's not anything that I can do. They look at the paperwork and go, ah, that's nice, and off to the garbage can it will go.
I spent like 6
Did I ask him any questions yet about the plea? I don't remember.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yep. All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today, sir? Have you suffered from or treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
You understood the rights on the form and signed it on the bottom? Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen? Understand? Yes?
I'm not a citizen. What is that?
No, I'm saying if you're not. I don't know if you are or not. I gotta tell that to everybody. All right? I do find sufficient factual basis. I will judge you guilty.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm on the wrong person. Is this a VOP?
Well, it says that, but it's not. I agree with you. The arrest affidavit says for VOP, but you can look, he's never,
You got a plan. Let me see that.
I don't see that. I scanned it real quick. It's failure to appear.
And clerk of course is saying it's a VOP.
The judge said I was finished.
He failed to appear January 21. He got arrested in Polk County. Then they issued another KPS for him in just like recently. I don't see anywhere that he pled.
Just a error.
Yeah, that's an error. So, all right. Judge him guilty, time served, court costs, $50 cost of prosecution. That's a total of $306. And I'll give you 12 months to pay.
Thank you.
All righty? You're all set. You'll be released as to this case.
Sir, appreciate you. Guys have a blessed one.
You too.
Because he got
Yeah.
arrested in another county.
All right, boss.
All right.
Let's see, where, out of county, he got arrested, what, let's see, 7/20. Must not have been long because,
You see, he was arrested. He was back in county. He was released county, so that's 1 day.
and then he was arrested, looks like 7/20 in Polk County.
Was he released?
Looks like you got out right away.
I think it says he got.
Oh, no, he maybe was in 7 days, 7/13 to 7/20.
7/13, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
See, we got
Okay, it looks like original arrest date 7/12, and then he bonded on 7/13, so just 1 day. Yeah. Okay, your name, sir?
Is that an adjudication?
Just give him 5 with 5. Just say 5 with 5. Yeah, it's gonna be a legal fiction. It's easier for everybody. All right, Mr. Snyder, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of no valid driver's license. I've looked at the charging affidavit. Do you find sufficient factual basis, or excuse me, sufficient probable cause? All right?
Your Honor, there,
State did command offer to Mr. Snyder of an adjudication of credit time served.
Okay. And Mr. Snyder, did you want to resolve your case to a time served plea?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
Okay, this plea form looks like it has your signature on it. Did you understand the rights and then sign it on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about the rights?
No, sir.
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I do find sufficient factual basis. I'll accept your plea. I'll judge you guilty of the charge of no valid driver's license. If you sentenced to the time that you served, I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. That's a total of $306, and I'll give you 12 months to get that paid. Okay? All right, you'll be released as to this case. Your name, sir?
Richard Thomas.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you are here today because you were arrested on a charge of DUI. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. Do you find sufficient probable cause to set bond in the amount of $500? If you do bond out, you're not to operate a motor vehicle on the streets and highways of Orange County, Florida without a valid Florida driver's license. You're not to possess or use any drugs or alcohol or any guns or weapons. I know that he's out on bond, but the actual, if I click on that document, it's just a big black form. Doesn't show anything. I must have scanned
Not
the.
on bond, but we only filed a carrying a concealed.
Um, 2021, it's still sitting around.
He failed to appear, we filed it 3/3 of this year. He failed to appear in May. And the KPS was active until he got picked up, it looks like in June. And it's gone through pretrial, and his next pretrial is on 8/23.
Your Honor, I don't have a failure to appear on his face sheet.
Yeah, it looks like it says, according, I mean, just what it says here, it says out on bond since 12/12, old booking. All right, I won't take any action on that. And appoint a public defender on the DUI.
I'm not able to drive.
Yeah, no weapons, no drugs, and don't drive without a valid Florida driver's license. Yeah. This is gonna be a different story. If they find out, they can move to a trial. Your name, sir?
Matthew Vaselli, Your Honor. My attorney said he would be here.
Who is that?
Matthew Ferry.
Okay. We know where he's gonna be?
He said he'd be here before 1.
Well, we can pass it and see if he shows. I don't know if it's gonna really matter, because he's not gonna be getting out of jail. Unless it's some sort of magic dust or something. He's out on bond on a DUI and got another DUI.
Well, Your Honor, I don't know if the virtual waiting room is available. Sometimes they log in through the link.
Yeah, in fact, there was somebody yesterday who, you know what, let me see. The problem is, I don't know, I have teams, but I only have my teams.
There's the Cisco for the courtroom.
I'll see if there's anyone on there.
Welcome to an Econo meeting. You are entering the meeting now.
No one's there.
You are the only participant.
I will see if they come. All right, your name, sir?
Akram Ahmed.
Mr. Ahmed, you're here today because you're arrested for failing to appear on a trafficking in 14 grams or more of meth and driving while suspended. There is no bond on that. And has the public defender already been appointed?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Already. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Banner Darrell refused.
Will you waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I do find sufficient probable cause in Mr. Banner's case. Burglary conveyance, I'll stay all the bonds, 2,500, attempted burglary, 500, attempted burglary, 500, and petty theft, 250. And again, appoint the public defender
Your Honor, state would ask for
No return.
no return.
to, I think it's all one address, as I
I
recall.
believe it's 2757 Pepper Lane and Waymayer Drive.
Yeah, 2508 Waymeyer Drive, and then the other one, no return. Okay, that's probably Mr. Blackman there. Are you Mr. Blackman? Michael? All right. I think he's already got the PD. All right, Ms. Blackman, you're here today because you failed to appear on possession of cocaine and, or possession of controlled substance and resisting an offer without violence. There is no bond on those, and I think the public defender already has been appointed. You already have a lawyer.
Does the state have an offer? 'Cause I was
Not on a
RR'd
possession,
this
they wouldn't.
charge, and I never knew I had court when I got RR. I didn't even know I got RR, so I didn't get notice of the court date. But I was in here for 2 months, so I was trying to figure out what happened. I didn't even know I had court.
I don't have the form. You'll have the public to speak to your attorney. They'll be in contact. They know that you're here now.
Your Honor, Brown refused.
All right, we'll appoint a public defender for Mr. Brown. I have reviewed the charging affidavit on the criminal mischief. Stay the bond at 1,000. No return to the. Well, actually, it's a police car, isn't it, or something? Yeah, so we don't need to do that.
We'd waive the appearance as well, Your Honor.
All right, and then in the other case, the battery on the firefighter. I do find that sufficient probable cause on those, appoint a public defender, and set bonds of 2,500, 2,500, 2,500, 500. And the defendant is currently out on pretrial release for a criminal mischief trespass, and I'll revoke that. And $1,500 on count one, $1,500 on count two on those, instead of just being nothing. Yep. In the 2022 CF 2664AO. All right, your name, sir?
My name is Richard Chapka.
All right. Just a second. Yeah, Mr. Chupka, you're here today on a aggravated assault with a weapon.
Your Honor, may be heard as to probable cause.
Yep.
Reading the arrest affidavit, I believe there's more law than facts. I wouldn't have you find PC on this count.
Yeah, I think the problem is, it says they threatened them, but it's just not enough. State?
Instead of a 24-hour reset, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll reset it, for tomorrow. There is a bond in place,
May I
2,500.
speak, Your Honor?
So you can always bond out if you want.
May I speak? Right.
Yeah, sure.
Some advice here, and I'm not getting it.
We'll put on that bond,
Tell the truth.
no contact with, is it
Mr. Walker, you speaking about?
Bakari Walker?
Well, Mr. Walker and I had a little altercation yesterday, a little misunderstanding got out of control a little bit. However, I am not pressing charges against him.
That's okay, because you're the one who got the charges.
But,
So,
well, no, he'll be coming in very few minutes. He'll be coming in with charges from me. That's how it worked. When we spoke to the police, I'm the one that called the police, and when they canned it, I thought they were just having me sign some paperwork that explained what was going on. But I found out that I was charging him, formally charging him with a crime. And when they talked to him, they said, okay, he said, oh, well, now he's charging you with something. And while we were at my house, I asked the officers, who I said, neither one of us want to charge each other with anything. It was just a
I
stupid
understand.
altercation.
That's not uncommon.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. Can I
All right.
speak to the state's attorney?
It's not gonna change, it's not changing anything.
All right, so no matter what I say, and no matter what, he's gonna come in a couple of minutes. He's waiting outside right now.
Okay, here's the thing.
Yes, sir.
That I don't find that they have established probable cause. There is a bond in place. So if they don't establish probable cause by tomorrow, then you'll be released without having to post a bond, or you can post a bond today if you wish. There will be conditions on the bond, and that is that you not have any contact with Mr. Walker, okay? Now, what's 12546 Britwell Court?
That's where I live.
That's your house?
Yes.
Mr. Walker does not live there?
No, he was just
Okay,
visiting
all right.
his.
All right, so then I'm not concerned about you going back to that address then, okay? If you do bond out, you're not to have any drugs or alcohol, no guns or weapons on your,
Well, I won't be
possess or
bonding out.
use.
I won't be bonding out. I have no
Okay.
money.
Okay, so they'll bring you back tomorrow. If they supplement the record tomorrow with more information, because right here it's just conclusory. If they bring it back and supplement, then the judge here.
It was just me and him.
Are you gonna
It
you know
was
what,
just
just take them out, just get out.
Yep.
You're gone, see ya. Judge tomorrow, we'll see you. Hard to believe that there was an altercation with that guy. Seems so, your name, ma'am?
Karen Donato.
Or Ms. Donato, are you here today because you arrested on charge of possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia? I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. And bond will be set as to $1,000 on count one, $100 on count two, and I'll appoint a public defender. Have they charged, the date of arrest is 1/12, so they filed an information on the other possession that she was out on?
Hold 1 second, Your Honor. Yes, it has been filed.
Okay, so she's out on PTR?
PTD.
We only filed the possession of meth, so count 1.
She is on pretrial release on that?
PTD.
Oh, it's a PTD. All right, then if it's PTD, then I'll just let them deal with it. PTD can violate it or not. I expect they probably will. Your pretrial diversion's probably over for the thing, but I'll take no action on that. Okay? And a public defender's been appointed for you on the new case.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor, DeVos Ricky, mental health.
All right.
We'll waive the appearance.
Okay, and he's here on a failure to appear. And there's no bonds on those, and so the public defender's already been appointed. Okay.
And Flores Egger behavior.
Okay. I'll appoint a public defender on Mr. Flores's case.
We'll waive in this appearance as well.
And I do find sufficient probable cause as to possession of cocaine at $1,000, possession of drug paraphernalia, $100. Your name, sir?
Alexander Galdnik.
Mr. Godnick. All right, sir, you're here today because you failed to appear on an aggravated battery with a deadly weapon charge. And there is no bond on that. And it looks like the public defender, have they been appointed? No. I'll appoint a public defender if you didn't already have one, so you have an attorney, okay? Your name, sir?
Gordon Hinkle.
Okay, Mr. Hinkle. Here because you, based upon a probable cause warrant for the charges of petty theft, 2 prior convictions, and trespass, a bond set in the amount of $500 per count, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. No return to the Dollar General if it wasn't on there originally. Okay. I don't know if I didn't see it on the
Good morning, Your Honor.
warrant. Good morning. Afternoon at this point.
Yeah, afternoon.
Yeah. Your name is?
Christopher Ikena.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to confer?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. As first of all, Mr. Keeney, you were here because you were arrested on a charge of aggravated assault. There's a bond amount of $2,500 on that. If you do bond out.
Your Honor.
Yep.
May be heard as to PC.
Okay.
I wouldn't have the court find probable cause reading through the affidavit. I believe it's a witness testimony only. No gun was recovered when the police pulled over Mr. Akine and arrested him. So I would have you not find PC, especially since it's an aggravated assault charge.
Your Honor, the witness testimony is sufficient specifically for PC, as it is sworn and to law enforcement. So I would argue that it's enough at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the witness is clear that he saw that. In fact, I think he even said that he thought that the gun had been discharged. But in addition, the officers indicated there was a period of time in which they lost view and that the gun could have been.
Sir, I was door dashing.
Could have been thrown out. So I'm gonna set the bond at $2,500. The defendant was also out on bond on a domestic violence battery. I'm gonna revoke that bond. There'll be no bond on that.
Sir, please.
And as to the defendant was also on bond for a battery on a law enforcement officer fleeing, attempting to elude, depriving officer of means of protection or and a resisting without and a resisting with. So I'm going to revoke those bonds and there'll be no bond on that as well.
Sir.
Yes.
Please, sir, could I please talk on my behalf, sir? Sir, I was door dashing. I'm out on bond on money that
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Sure. Yeah.
Sir, I'm starting school soon, sir. And I'm out on bond, sir, trying to make money to pay my bondsmen, sir.
Well, you'll be able to, I revoke those bonds. You will be able to, you have assistant public defender in those cases and you can have them contact the judges that you're out on the cases that you're out on bond on and see if they'll post a bond or reinstate those bonds. But at this point in time, there's no bond on this.
Your Honor, Ishman, refused.
He qualifies, I'll appoint a public defender to represent him.
We'll waive the appearance,
All right.
Your Honor.
Actually, I guess it was a failure to appear in 2021 CF 7406. Bond is $5,000. And in 2022 CF 9082 AO, I have reviewed the charging affidavit. Do you find sufficient probable cause of leaving the scene of an accident, bond in the amount of $2,500, leaving the scene of an accident $2,500, and no valid driver's license $500. Appoint public defender to represent him on those. And as to the driving license suspended, revoked bond, no bond on that.
Your Honor, did you call 21 CF 11913, another FTA? That one has a $5,000 bond, but 21 CF 7406 has a no bond.
7406. Okay. Yeah, in 7406, it's no bond, and in 9082, no, excuse me, 740, and in 11913 is the $5,000 bond. Yeah, no, I'm gonna revoke that bond. It's driving license suspended and the same thing. No bond. And public defender appointed in all cases that he doesn't already have one. Okay. All right, Mr. Letson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of aggravated fleeing and attempting to elude, possession of cannabis with intent, with a weapon, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, and openly carrying a weapon or firearm. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. As a fleeing attempt to elude, that bond amount of $2,500. The possession of cannabis will be $2,500. The possession of cannabis less than 20, $100, and the weapons charge $500. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. If you bond out, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Also, do not operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license.
All right, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Lockett, behavior.
Right.
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
I will appoint a public defender. In Mr. Lockett's case, I did find sufficient probable cause on the fleeing attempts to elude, set bond of $2,500, not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license. Your name, sir?
James Marshaw.
Mr. Marshaw, you're here because you were arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine with a weapon and with possession of a firearm and commission of a felony. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. The possession of cocaine with a weapon, bond be set in the amount of $2,500. Possession of firearm, convicted, $150, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. You also do qualify for pretrial release if you wanted to do that instead of having a bond.
Have a moment to confer, Your Honor.
I mean, or I can set $2,500 and whatever I said, or PTR, whichever one he wants.
We just stay the bond, Your Honor.
Okay. And then if you do bond out, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Can't possess any or use any of those, okay? All righty. Your name, sir?
Leonard Miller.
All right, Mr. Miller. You're here today because you were, is this a failure?
Your Honor.
Yes.
Can I have a case number so I can look at the warrant on this case?
Sure, it's 2022 CF 9087 AO.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You were arrested on a probable cause warrant issued by another signing judge, like Judge Sandor, of the charge of trafficking in MDMA.
I've reviewed the warrant. Thank you, Your Honor.
Already. Bond set at the amount of $50,000. I will appoint a public defender to represent you on that charge. And you are currently out on bond on a sale and delivery, possession of, possession of, no, it's the end of the long week. Possession of drug paraphernalia and, I don't know what that last thing says. Is that filed on state?
It has
2020?
been filed. We only filed possession of a controlled substance with intent to sell, the F2, and the possession of fentanyl.
Okay, all right, revoke the bond, there'll be no bond on that. All right, your name, sir?
John Neal.
Mr. Neal, you're here today because you're arrested on a lewd act upon a child and an attempted sexual battery on a child under 12. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and this actually came from a probable cause affidavit and warrant that was signed by another judge, but I've reviewed that as well. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. State want to be heard as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor. Count 1 is a first-degree felony that's punishable by life. So state's requesting no bond on count 1 and reasonable bond on count 2, as it is just an F1.
As to count 1, lewd and lascivious molestation, there is no bond. As to attempted sexual battery on a child under 12, there'll be a $5,000 bond. You're not to have any contacts. Let's see, does this one have names? No, mine's all redacted. No contact with the alleged victim, no contact with the alleged victim's mother, and no return to 1751 White Cloud Avenue in Apopka. If you have any items there, you can return there one time with law enforcement. If you do bond out, you are not to use or possess any drugs, alcohol, guns, or weapons. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
A moment to confer, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Renfro, David, surety bond.
Okay. Your name, sir?
Terry Robinson.
Hi, Mr. Robinson, you're here today because you're arrested based upon a probable cause warrant signed by another judge with the following charges: trafficking in fentanyl, 4 grams or more, trafficking in a controlled substance, less than 4 grams, sale and delivery of fentanyl, sale and delivery of a controlled substance, unlawful use of a two-way communication device. And in those, count 1, $50,000 bond, count 2, $25,000 bond, count 3, $7,500 bond, count 4, $7,500 bond, and count 5, $1,000 bond. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any drugs, alcohol, guns, or weapons.
Good to see you, Judge. For the record, Attorney Jay Ruth, on behalf of Joseph Rosado.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rosado, good afternoon. You're here today because you were arrested on a charge of 2 counts of sexual battery under specific circumstances. And I think in this case, the allegation is that the alleged victim was incapacitated in some way, whether by sleep or
coercion, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. All righty, and it's based on a arrest warrant signed by and probable cause found by another judge. Counsel?
Judge, you're just requesting a reasonable bond.
State?
Your Honor, he is charged with 2 counts that are both first-degree felonies. So state would ask for 10 grand on each.
Okay.
With no contact, no return.
Yeah, I was going to say, the address, obviously, he's not going to be able to go back to that address. You're going to have to find another address.
1617, is that the address, Judge?
Let's see. I've got 2500, oh, well, that's probably, no, that's the op center. Hang on. Yeah, 1617 Cricket Club Circle.
That,
All right.
that's not going to be a problem, Judge.
All right, I'll set bond amount of 10,000, count one, 10,000, count two. You're not allowed to, you're not to have any contact with, it's the one thing about not using paper, because you could always highlight stuff and it's easier to go back and find it. Maybe it just says victim. Is this one where they do not actually?
I have the name here, Judge, because there was an injunction that was filed previous as well, so I have her name on there.
No contact with the alleged victim, no return to that 1617 Cricket Club Circle, Orlando, Florida. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And again, no contact whatsoever, okay? All right? And what is the name, by the way? Do you have it?
Anna Rodriguez.
Anna Rodriguez, no contact. All righty, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Come on up. Okay, your name, sir?
Frank Cicini.
Okay, Mr. Cicini. And let me get the computer to see your case. Okay, so, first of all, you're here in 2022 CF 6360 AO for a violation of pretrial release. That is, there's no bond on that.
Your
Then
Honor, as to these charges, he is entitled to a reasonable bond.
I think once he's,
I don't think, not with the warrant now, I don't think so.
yeah,
It's not a,
I mean, it's just like the same thing as if he does a violation of the bond, you can hold him with no bond. 2022 CF 6361, also a violation of pretrial release. This is a driving license suspended. Yeah, the first one, I didn't see who the judge was. This is from Judge Strobridge.
Your Honor, I would still object as to the charges and punishable by life or a revoking of a bond.
I mean, I understand, it's just the same thing as if they fail to appear or do whatever, so there's no bond on the driving license suspended either, and that's Judge Strobridge, so. And was the public defender already appointed in this case, or did you have a public defender, Mr. Cicini?
I don't have one. I filled out for one.
Did you fill out it? Any qualifies? I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. On the short term, if you want to hire someone else, you always can, but we'll appoint a public defender on these cases. Did you have one before? Who was representing you before when you were on pretrial release?
I don't know, because I got arrested and I spent
Okay,
25 days in
all right.
Volusia.
Well, now we know for sure it's a public defender and someone will come and see you. Okay? Or they'll do on the video, whichever one that works. Your name, sir? All right, Mr. Temples, you're here today because you were arrested and charged with petty theft. There's 3 priors on there.
Sir, they didn't catch me doing it. They said they seen me.
Looks like you're actually here today because you failed to appear. Or no, it's a probable cause warrant. The bond is $2,000, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to return to where was it?
I don't have no family. I don't know.
It does not say.
Oh, while I'm in here,
State have any idea where he's not supposed to go back to?
I just have to do the time for it.
Well, one of the attorneys will come and speak with you and see. It's a store of some type in Winter Garden.
So they didn't actually physically catch me. They had a warrant.
You don't have to say anything about what happened.
Well, what happened was they knew they saw somebody that believed to be you taking stuff. Then they looked at the video, and in the video, they determined it was you. That's what appears to be from here.
The only thing I'm guessing, Your Honor, is the CVS.
All right. No return to the alleged victim's place of business. That's what we'll say. Thank you, sir. What's that? Yeah, no return. Your name, ma'am?
Sean Thomas.
Ms. Thomas, you're here today because you were arrested for 3 charges. First of all, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, and criminal mischief. I have reviewed, I'm not sure why they put these as no bonds. But
I think it's just to ensure that there's conditions.
I guess, well, it was signed by another judge who I think has less experience, and so I think that's the interesting thing about being here for a whole week is you get to see sort of a cross-section. And it does appear that there are some people who, they just punt it. And when they sign the probable cause warrant, they just put a no bond on stuff that's not really no bond, but it is what it is. All right, as to the aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, a set bond in the amount of $1,500. And as to count 2, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, $1,500, criminal mischief, $500. And you're not to have any contact with Jakeelah, Jakeelah Redding, and Rashida Fox, Phox, Rashida, just as it's spelled. And you're not to return to the Camden at Lakeside Apartments on Americana Boulevard. Okay, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Okay.
What's that? I said 15, 15, and 5. 1,500, 1,500, and 5. Yes, no contact. All right, your name, sir?
Jakari Walker.
Okay, Mr. Walker. This one I do have questions about.
Your Honor, if I may, as to PC.
Yeah,
it doesn't even go into detail of how the alleged touch or strike happened more long
that
ago.
it's conclusory as to, there's nothing about the age.
This is the co-defendant to the man earlier that we
Yeah.
also reset.
Yeah.
They would request a
So-
24-hour.
So both of them need time, yeah. Okay, so, there is a bond in your case of $2,500, okay? I don't find there's sufficient probable cause on with the facts that they put in that, affidavit. So you can bond out. If you do bond out, you're not to have any contact with, the gentleman, the guy who was here before.
Richard Chubka?
Richard Chubka, okay? No contact with him if you do bond out. And you're not to return to the 12546 Britwell Court. However, if you can't bond out tonight or don't bond out, they'll bring you back tomorrow, and the judge then will review if they've supplemented the record, because what they have on the charging affidavit is not sufficient to find probable cause. If they don't supplement the record, then there's a chance, if they don't find that there's probable cause, they will release you tomorrow without a bond. So, he can explain it probably better than I just did. No one showed up for this other case. I've got the thing open. Yep. I'll stay the bond at $2,500 with the condition that he have no contact with Mr. Chubka and no return to the 12546 Britwell Court. Because, the conditions can be put on, not to jump back to that last conversation, they can just as easily do that, which they should. And that's the other thing, a lot of times you see people, when they sign the warrants, they don't put those conditions or the stuff that should be on there. All right, Mr. Vaselli, welcome back. It's now, a little bit after 1. I have our WebEx open and I haven't seen anyone come in.
Somebody just showed up.
Oh, okay. All right. See, give him a chance to come upstairs. Who's here this weekend, do we know?
It is.
They said you were here and then you just appeared magically. All right, so Mr. Vaselli is here today because he's arrested on a charge of DUI. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond is set at $500, not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license, no drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol, and he is out on bond currently. Mr. Ferry?
Judge, I'm asking you to take no action with respect to the case that he's out on bond. I think he has court appearance on Monday with Judge Johnson. My client is a longtime resident of Central Florida. He does have the prior DUI case that's pending, but he's not a flight risk. He has no prior felony convictions. He's always appeared at court proceedings. He's got family supporting him, and so we'd ask the court to take no action.
State?
Your Honor, state's requesting that you revoke. It's a substantially similar offense and close in time. State's concerned for the safety of the citizens of Orange County.
Yeah, I mean, that's my concern. You know, we've got, it's exactly the same. It's a refusal and a DUI. And he's out on bond and allegedly doing it again.
Just my understanding is the present case, the breath results were below a .08, and he submitted to a urine test. It wasn't a refusal.
Let me see, hang on just a second.
Your Honor, it's still a condition of him being out on bond for a DUI to not drink alcohol in the slightest. So there being a blow at all. It was .073 and .074.
Yeah.
He'll be in violation of his bond conditions.
Yeah, I mean, and they requested urine because what the officer describes is not consistent with that.
Would the court consider additional conditions of release, such as that he report to pretrial release for weekly testing? That's more than sufficient to.
But the problem is alcohol is not gonna, you know, you can go in once a week. If you just don't drink the night before, they're not gonna really be able to determine that. Yeah, I can't in good conscience do it. I'm gonna revoke those bonds. It'd be no bond. You can always go speak with Judge Johnson. He may be more willing since it's his case, but just for safety reasons. I mean, Judge Johnson may consider just doing a scram or something, but at this point, I can't do that.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, sir. Yep, revoke, no bond on this. But, like I said, paper is not a bad thing when the computer just is not working for me today. All right, I'll close that off. Guess he was coming after all. Okay. This is a big stack. Are you sure this is? Didn't print out a couple extras here or something? This is a pretty big stack. You sure didn't print out a couple extras? Are they gonna be there?
Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System. From a
Hey, there's no reason for them not to be answering. There should be, every other court is eating.
I saw was Z.
Oh.
Hello, Cisco Unity Connect.
And that kind of day.
It's a felony?
You know, the last time we were here, they said, don't worry about it, we don't go on lunch anymore. Yeah, let's try.
Miss Mercer said, she can do English.
Which one is she?
The Creole.
Oh, okay. All right, well, let's do that.
Miss Mercer?
Yeah. Thanks. Decision's been made. Yeah. My friend today.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon. Your name?
Can't talk to the man. Brandon Marquis Banks.
All right, Mr. Banks, you're here today. You're arrested on a charge of trespass after warning and resisting an officer without violence.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state to resolve the case is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 36 Pine Street. Is that correct? I think it's 36 Pine Street.
That's right.
Mr. Banks?
Yes?
Okay, I just want to make sure.
All right, Mr. Banks?
I know who you is, but since how your rule is almost done, I was anywhere back there next to the people who are teaching me this process. So can we get our nosy business up out of it? All right. I'm gonna make you go it back. You realize?
Hey, the offer is a time-served plea if you want to enter a plea of no contest. Is that what you want to do?
I don't care. It was a trespassing, it was resisting of
Okay.
violence, and it was a burglary of a dwellings. Can we move on about?
I don't care. I don't care. It's not an answer.
This your job?
This is my
You
job.
love it?
I do love my job.
How long you plan on being for it?
Your Honor, I would ask that you set a bond.
Yeah, I'll just set a bond.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's to the trespass, set bond, the amount of $500, the resisting without violence, $100, or wait, what did they have? It might be flipped on that.
You gonna flip that?
Yeah, 500 resisting, $100, trespass. Point of public defender,
No return?
and a point of public defender. No return to 36 Pine Street. Your name, sir?
Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, you're here today because you were arrested for a number of things.
No, Your Honor, he's just here on the 22 CF 9022 case.
They just added the charges, Your
Oh,
Honor.
okay. All right. And that was the aggravated battery, great bodily harm, and attempted robbery. All right, have reviewed the charging affidavit. You find sufficient probable cause. Bond set of $3,500 on the aggravated battery and $150 on the attempted robbery. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
30, I stated, 3,500, 150? No. All right, Ms. Mercer, we're trying to get an interpreter, but you're okay with doing it in English?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay, all right.
And Your Honor, in this case, I was going to argue no PC.
Let's see.
Based on the affidavit, there's no facts listed. Oh, thank you.
Hey,
Your Honor, I would say that there are enough facts for counts 2, 3, and 4, in that she was told to leave, she did not, so that's the trespassing. She is accused of biting an officer, so that would be the resisting with violence,
and
refusing.
struggled with the deputies.
Right, so the only one that is not on the Four Corners is the aggravated battery, which is count 1.
Wouldn't, biting a person's finger?
It would be, Your Honor, but usually you have to say that it's more than just, you have to allege more than this, it was a bite.
Yeah, it doesn't say that it would potentially be. Okay.
Scar, or there was bleeding, or broke the skin, there's nothing more with regard to that, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But I think there is enough for 2, 3, and 4.
So do you want time on one, or I could, ROR on one, 1,000 on count 2, 100 and 500? Stay the bonds as they are?
Your Honor, I would like more, just on the off chance that skin was broken or something like that, so it would be an appropriate charge. But if you want to stay the bonds, I would have no objection to that. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, that would be on, I would, because there's not anything for count 1, I just ROR there and then give the bonds would remain the same on everything else. No contact and no return.
So you're just going to go with the
1,000.
no PC?
Yeah. Only on count 1, though.
Okay.
And point of public defender, no return, you can't, ma'am, you can't go back to Daleford Road, 3803, and you're not to have any contact with Corporal Rowland.
Okay.
All right, now, that address, I guess you were being evicted from.
Yeah, you can't.
My guess is that they completed that eviction process, you probably don't even have any items still in the house, so they're probably on the street and gone at this point.
I do apologize, Your Honor. I know that it was 1,000 on the resisting width,
Yes,
and then what is it for the other two?
500 and 500.
Oh, okay, you just left it as.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, he said that your items were left.
Yeah, so there's no reason for you to return.
They did the
Do-
eviction. What?
I can do even this week.
No, your items from the house.
Oh, my stuff?
Mm-hmm. So there's the bond. You can use that, okay?
Where?
I'm not, okay. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to hit you here.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You call the, right here.
Because I call you, my husband, I want a house with my family.
No.
Okay, what I'm saying is, you can't go back, but you've been evicted, right? So there's nothing in the house. Usually when they have,
I come here for house I went.
okay, we're not here for the eviction. The eviction's already gone through.
I don't know everything, I don't know everything.
I'm not sure she understands.
All right.
I don't know everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure she understands.
She doesn't. We'll get an interpreter. Come back.
I don't know everything.
This day has been unbelievable. It's just-
I'm understanding it.
That's not how that works. Yeah.
At least that's what- All right, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, in the morning, yes.
All righty. Have you been sworn today?
Yes, that's my third one.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, your name?
My name is Wolf. I number is 26. Oh, is it my name on her or the lady name?
Oh, no, yeah, you can just interpret now. She's the Defendant is in the courtroom. So her name is?
S'il vous plaît, au cas du nom, s'il vous plaît.
Altagrace, monsieur.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because you were arrested for several charges.
Madame, ou la jodi parce que tu as arrêté pour plusieurs bagailles.
I have reviewed the charging affidavit and I find sufficient probable cause for resisting an officer with violence, resisting an officer without violence, and trespass on property after warning.
Et ou résister officier avec violence, ou résister officier sans violence, et ou passer sur une propriété qui privée, yo do plusieurs fois pour passer ou continuer à passer.
I'll set bonds as follows. On the resisting with $1,000.
Il va passer, excuse-moi.
Hold on. Resisting without $500 and trespassing $500.
Et ça veut dire que ou te résister officier, m'a charge $1,000, ou pas résister officier, m'a charge $600. Et puis les fins ou passer sur propriété privée, m'a charge $600 pour caution.
On the aggravated battery charge, I do not find probable cause and I'll release you on that charge.
Et puis les fins les officiers te dit que ou te goumé avec là, moi pas charge pour ça, m'a relâché ça.
If you bond out, you're not to return to 3803 Daleford Road.
Si yo la ou, ça veut dire que ou pas droit pour retourner dans propriété ça qui c'est 308 Delphi Road là.
And you're not to have any contact with Corporal Rowland, the officer in
Ou
the
pas
case.
supposé entrer en contact avec Topo Roland, officier qui est dans le cas, s'il vous plaît.
You're not to use or possess any drugs or alcohol or any guns or weapons.
Ou pas droit gagner ni alcool ni drogue, ou pas droit posséder aucun arme ou bien aucun bagage menace.
And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
No.
Et m'a ba un avocat public qui pourrait présenter.
And Madam Interpreter, could you please advise the client that I have circled the attorney's phone number so that once she's released, she can call and speak one-on-one with that attorney about the facts of the case?
Et moi en souligner exactement avocat pour Lola Gay, s'il vous plaît, ou mettre les avocats ou parler avec lui un à un.
All right. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
Yes, I have
Vous avez une
questions.
question, madame?
Yes, I have questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would just,
How's,
okay, just give me a second.
A
Madam-
question, not a statement.
Yes.
So if you have a question about what,
I have car, close to house. That's why, sometimes
okay.
I'm open.
All right. You can go back with,
That's why
all
I work for, I work
right.
for that.
I understand. If you still have a vehicle there and it hasn't been
Yes, I have
towed,
two vehicles.
you can go back to that address one time, but you need to go with either a deputy sheriff or a police officer. So you need to
Yes,
have law enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay?
Si ou gen machine ou là, ou gen droit pour retourner dans propriété ça m'a permission pour retourner une fois. Et l'on après retourner fait ce que ou gen un shérif député là ou bien un police avec ou. Une seule fois ou gen droit retourner pour aller pour machine là avec un police officier.
Okay? All right. Thank you. And thank you, ma'am.
Merci un peu.
And they can help you.
Thank you so much, Honor. Thank you for your service. Have a wonderful day.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
You want to try the Spanish again? Okay. Oh, is that what they said? Oh, so they do take lunch. Okay, yeah, we'll do arraignments.
Jeez. Life can't be this hard.
David Perez Batista.
Medical? And I will waive, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set that for pretrial division 63.
August 24th at 1 o'clock in courtroom 10B.
Michael Branham.
Is medical? Oh, no, that should be it.
It's not? Okay. And Therius Hardaway.
Medical?
Set for pretrial division 82.
August 30th at 1:30 in courtroom 9B.
And I'll waive, Your Honor.
Okay. No, we have to wait till 1 o'clock. So Brian Anderson, right? We'll just do a couple and then we'll try them again. Your name, sir?
Brian Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of resisting an officer without violence. I've reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause. Defense?
You're saying I don't want to go to trial? No?
The offer is an adjudication of guilt and credit time
You want to
served,
fight
Your
it,
Honor.
yes or no?
What is adjudication?
Your Honor, he wants you to stay the bond.
I set a bond amount of $500, appoint a public defender to represent him.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I say something?
No, you don't want to say anything because it could be against your interest.
I know, but it's a point of order.
Point of order?
Yes.
All right, I've set a bond of $500 and you have a assistant public defender appointed. That's the purpose of IA. We're done. I do find sufficient probable cause.
Okay, there's probable cause. This is a sworn affidavit. They have my social security number wrong, and the reason, the nature of the crime was
Resisting without violence. I
resisting
reviewed that
without-
and I do find there's sufficient probable cause.
without violence. But he states that I gave him the ID on the affidavit. He's charging me for a crime that he says I did, but then it says he had my identification.
Yeah, afterwards. So I do find there was sufficient probable cause. Some bond set amount of $500.
Am I able to be released on ROR? Because all I eat is fruits, and since I've been here, I haven't ate.
No, you don't qualify.
Jane Doe is mental health.
And I will waive the.
All right, I do find sufficient probable cause on Jane Doe. Stay the bonds, appoint a public defender to represent her. No return to 4501 Hoffner Avenue.
Thank you. That one. Mhm. And say your name.
Paul Falk.
Hi, Mr. Falk. You're here for two cases. First of all, State of Florida alleges, you were charged with possession of cannabis, and I do find sufficient probable cause, and then there's a city case, a charge of open container.
Your Honor,
Yes.
with regard to 22 MM 5201, possession of cannabis, state announces a no information.
All right, so that takes care of one case, and what about the city case?
The offer from the state, Your Honor, is a withhold of adjudication credit time served, and Mr. Fott would like to accept and enter plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Falk, is that correct? You want to enter a plea of no contest to the open container?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
All right, this plea form, you understood the rights. Do you have any questions about the rights on that form?
No, I don't, sir.
You understand this is punishable by up to maximum of 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could be used against you to deport you if you're not a citizen. All right, I do find sufficient factual basis. I'll withhold adjudication. You're sentenced to time served, and I'll impose court costs, which is $223, and I'll give you 12 months to pay that, okay? And you'll be released as to this case. Want me to? I'm gonna try. Yeah, let's try since he's right there. It's 1:01. Let's see what kind of clock they have. Swallow that bite of sandwich and answer the phone.
Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System.
All right, let's go on to Jamal Harris. Good afternoon, you Mr. Harris? All righty, Mr. Harris, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of trespass on property after warning, and I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 1455 Holden Avenue. Mr. Harris would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, is that correct, Mr. Harris? You want to enter a plea of no contest to the trespass?
Yeah.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today? Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
You understood your rights in this form and signed it? Do you have any questions
No.
about the rights? You understand that this is punishable with 60 days in jail up to a $500 fine, that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen. Understand all that? Okay, I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I will adjudge you guilty, be sentenced to time served. I will impose court costs and the cost of prosecution. It's a total of $273. And I'll give you 12 months to pay that, okay? And then finally, I'm going to order that you not return to 1455 Holden Avenue for a period of 1 year. If you do go back there, and the court's made aware of that, you are subject to a contempt citation, which could result in a county jail sentence, okay? You're all set. You'll be released as to this case. And there it goes, crashing. That's not good. Hold on, we got a problem.
Kevin McFadden?
There we go. Hang on a second.
He's on.
All right, Mr. McFadden, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of misdemeanor battery. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause.
And Your Honor, he does qualify for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release.
I will release you with PTR conditions. And in addition to that, I'm going to require that you not have contact with, what's his name? Mr. Lopez, with Christopher Paul Lopez. You're not to return to Universal Towing at 113 West Central Boulevard, although your vehicle may still be there.
Yes.
All right, then I'll let you go there one time, but you do need to go in with the company in law enforcement, so either sheriff or deputy needs to go with you to go there one time with law enforcement, but you're not to have any contact with Mr. Lopez, not to possess any guns or weapons or any drugs or alcohol.
Not a problem.
All right, and appoint a public defender. I set a bond of 500? What did I set it? Oh, PTR, that's right. I was like, I don't remember saying bond. Your name, sir?
Orlando Torres.
Hi, Mr. Torres. You're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. I will set bond in the amount of $5,000, and you are not to go back to the bus station at 4501 Conroy. I don't think that's actually the bus station. But you're not to go to the Greyhound bus station. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, Glenn Jackson.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol either.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I didn't think many people took the bus anymore. I think everyone just went on Frontier Airlines. Okay. All right, your name, sir?
John Vulture.
Mr. Welter, you're here today, first of all, because you were arrested on a charge of resisting without violence. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. You also have a charge of disorderly conduct, and I've read the charging affidavit on that, and I do find sufficient probable cause.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, 5 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the time he's already served in court cost. I don't know how many days he has, 1 day, okay. And Mr. Welter would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Is that on both or one?
Both, Your Honor.
Both, all right. All right, Mr. Welter, is that what you want to do? You want to enter a plea of no contest to both charges? It'd be a 5-day jail sentence concurrent to each other, and there would be with your credit, so it's 1 day, so it's, 5 days with 1 day credit. Is that what you want to do?
Sir.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today? Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past? Pardon? Okay, all right. And this plea form, you understood your rights. Do you have any questions about the rights on the form you're giving up?
I do.
All right, you understand that these are both punishable by up to 60 days in jail, the resisting is punishable by up to a year in the county jail and up to a $1,000 fine. The disorderly is punishable by up to 60 days in jail and up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of these pleas would result in deportation if you're not a citizen. You understand all that? All right, I do find sufficient factual basis, first of all, as to the 2022 MO 883AO, disorderly conduct. I will judge you guilty of that. You'll be sentenced to 5 days in the Orange County Jail with 1 day credit for time served. I'll impose court costs, which is $223. As to 2022 MM 5205AO, will judge you guilty of resisting without violence. Be sentenced to 5 days in the Orange County Jail with 1 day credit for time served. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution, which is $273. I'll give you 24 months to get those both paid off. Those sentences will run concurrent with one another.
Possession of cocaine. He's got a plea that the BOP is on a misdemeanor, leaving the scene of an accident.
All right, your name, ma'am?
Carol Rodigan.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Radigan, you're here because you were arrested on a warrant for failing to appear in a trespassing case.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state is a withhold of adjudication, credit time served, no return to 800 Village Lane, and there's a cost investigation of $113. I don't know who it is.
Is that OPD?
Is that OPD? I don't,
No, it's Winter Park.
Winter Park Police?
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
Winter Park Police Department.
Okay.
She would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Is that right, Ms. Radigan? You want to go ahead and enter a plea of no contest to that?
Yes.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today? Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
This plea form, you understood the rights. Do you have any questions about them?
No.
Do you understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen?
Entry of.
You understand all that? That's the maximum, that's not what's gonna happen. Okay, all right. I do find sufficient factual basis, I'll withhold adjudication. You'll be sentenced to time served. How many days?
4.
4 days with 4 days credit. I will impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution, that's a total of $273. I'll give you 12 months to pay that, okay? Then I'm gonna order that you not return to 800 Village Lane. If you do go back there within the next year, and the court's made aware of that, you are subject to a contempt citation. Actually, it was also, there's a $113 cost of investigation to Winter Park PD, so I'm gonna give you 18 months to pay that all off, okay? So it's $273 and $118, okay? And you'll be released as to this case.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, Mark Allen, he bonded the garage.
All right. Jared Diaz? I don't know. Sometimes I just feel like I'm in a washing machine.
Little Bailey, 22018078.
Find it.
Okay, Mr. Diaz, you're here today because you were arrested for hit and run or leaving scene of a crash involving damage to property. Bond set in the amount of I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond set in the amount of $1,000. And you already have an attorney, so I don't have to appoint a public defender for you.
Rona, did you give the case number?
It is 2022 CT 4369AO.
Thank you.
Is that not on?
And I also see here he's got a possession of cocaine, 2022 CF 8894. Can you see that?
Yeah, I think, has Mr. Diaz been in front of us in the last couple of days? Did you have?
This leaving the scene of a crash is an add-on charge.
Right, those other stuff we dealt with at some point in the last couple of days, as I recall.
What is the bond on those cases, if the court can tell me?
The VOP, I imagine, is probably none.
Possession of cocaine is 1,000. The possession of cannabis less than 20 is 500. He has a DUI, which is 500, and a driving while license suspended at 250, and the VOP is a no bond.
On the VOP, it's a VOP on the misdemeanor?
No, it's a felony. It's 21 CF 3442 AO.
Oh, I have it as a misdemeanor. Leaving the scene of an accident. Is it a misdemeanor? A misdemeanor.
But the original case number is a felony.
Oh, really? Because on the paper here it says MS 3442.
But it came in on the case number as a felony.
Right, that's why it says here.
But he pled to the misdemeanor. So the court wouldn't entertain a bond on that misdemeanor? VOP?
That one, well, no. First of all, because the judge in that case put it as a no bond in their violation affidavit, but also, actually, no, it was an on view. He was on probation for leaving the scene, and this is a new leaving scene.
Well, he had a car accident. He didn't leave the scene. They took him to the ER.
I mean, he's on probation for leaving the scene, that's what the charge was. This is another leaving the scene, so I wouldn't,
How they have leaving the scene when they arrested him on scene and took him to the ER. But the leaving the scene, what judge is that on the CF, the VOP case?
Tanya Davis Wilson. I can pretty much figure I know what that's gonna be, because I've seen a lot of hers.
What do you think it's gonna be?
It'll be probably no bond. I haven't seen a VOP from her that had a bond on it. At least not this week.
All right, well, I gotta do a bond hearing. Is that it?
Yeah, that's all we got right now. So the one today and then the other ones.
I'm sorry?
The add-on for today, yes, and then she let you know what the bonds were and the other stuff that we've handled in the last couple of days.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All righty? Oh, and I'll tell you what happened in this case was, the reason it's a leaving the scene is, the allegation is that he went off the road, across a bunch of stuff, and didn't make an attempt to leave information.
He had a flat tire and he drove off the road, and then the cops came over and he was trying to tell them he had a flat tire, and so they arrested him for a DUI, and then he wasn't even in the car. He was outside the car, and I don't know how they're getting leaving the scene.
Because of I think the distance of where he originally crashed, I don't know, but I mean, I think it's sufficient.
Crash,
And then the possession of cocaine, because it was sitting on the trunk right next to him when he got out of the car, so. Okay.
All right, thank you.
All righty. Yeah, we're just gonna be here till 5. Your name, sir?
Gillis Holmes, sir.
All right, Mr. Holmes, you're here today because you were arrested for driving while license suspended and attaching a tag not assigned. You got both, right? Or, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Sure.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state is adjudication of guilt, credit time.
No,
No?
there shouldn't have been an offer on him.
Oh, then I messed it up. I thought I had seen an offer. No?
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes, no? Yeah.
No, I
there's-
guess there is not an offer. I'm sorry.
No, there was no offer on him, Your Honor.
Must have looked at the wrong one. I'm sorry.
All right.
I misread, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
All right, so the bond on the driving license suspended is 500, the bond on the attaching a tag I'll reduce to 100, and appoint a public defender to represent you. He is out on pretrial release.
Your Honor, if you are inclined to revoke, I would ask that you revoke and double as opposed to holding him in no bond. I believe it has been downgraded to a misdemeanor based on my notes.
It's been since May. All right, on the 2022 CF 5448AO, and revoke the pretrial release, set a bond of $2,500 on the fleeing attempting to elude.
They didn't file on that charge. Your Honor.
What is it, just the misdemeanor?
Resisting, yes.
So it's just Willis and resisting?
No, just the
Oh,
resisting.
just resisting? All right, set bond amount of $1,500. I guess I could write that on here, right? I know.
I only did offers on the last three.
Yeah,
The traffic.
I think it's because I was trying to go fast.
Oh.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Your name, sir?
My name is Henry Christopher Marchand Escobar.
All right, Mr. Marchand Escobar, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of driving under the influence.
That's correct.
I have reviewed the charging affidavit, does appear there is sufficient probable cause. Bond is set in the amount of $500, or you are eligible for pretrial release conditions, if you would rather do that. So there's no cash money bond required with that, but there are conditions that come along with that.
Okay. He already has somebody posting the bond, Your Honor, so I just actually.
All right, so just supposed to set a bond amount of $500. Ms. Marchand, you're not to use or possess any drugs or alcohol, any guns or weapons, and you're not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license.
So no or PTR, correct?
I guess not, yeah,
500?
yeah, just the bond.
Just 500.
Your Honor, Guerrero, he bonded. And also Noel Sanchez Martinez.
Your name, sir?
My name is Christopher Rodrigo Suarez Nunez.
All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of no valid driver's license. And I have you the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
Your Honor, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and Mr. Suarez would like to accept an plea of no contest.
He does have a hold, looks like, out of Polk County. So
Yes, Your Honor,
he'll be
he
able to go
knows.
and take care of that right away. All right, Mr. Suarez Nunez, you wish to enter a plea of no contest to the no valid driver's license charge?
Yes, sir.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
This plea form, you understood the rights and signed it. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
You understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Yes, sir.
All right, I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I will adjudge you guilty of no valid driver's license. You'll be sentenced to the time that you've served. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. That's a total of $306, and I'll give you 12 months to get that paid off. All right, you'll be released as to this case. Your name, sir?
Xavier Wilson.
All right, Mr. Wilson, you're here today because you're arrested on a no valid driver's license. It's like, was this a failure to appear?
Yes, sir.
I think it's a failure to appear.
Yeah, it looks like it was a failure to appear for you failed to appear for arraignment on the no valid driver's license.
And,
Yes, sir.
and Your Honor, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and Mr. Wilson would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Is that right, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and sign that. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
You understood the rights in this form and then signed it. Do you have any questions about the rights?
No, sir.
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Yes, sir.
All right, I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I will adjudge you guilty of no valid driver's license. You'll be sentenced to time served. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution, which is a total of $306, and I'll give you 12 months to pay that. All right?
Yes, sir.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Here you go.
How many days?
Wilson,
Yes,
3 days.
3. Repeating it like you can't hear.
Is this a whip?
Adjudication.
Your name, sir? All right, Mr. Hodges, you're here today because you're arrested on the charge of possession of MDMA. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Bond set in the amount of $1,000, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Okay. Your name, sir? Your name?
Marcus Baker.
All right, Mr. Baker, you're here for 2 cases. First of all, in 2022 CF 9072AO, you're arrested for the charge of robbery and false imprisonment. I have reviewed the charging affidavit and do find sufficient probable cause. Bond in the robbery case will be set at $5,000, and in the false imprisonment case, $2,500. If you do bond out, you will, I'm ordering that you have no contacts. Hang on. Is this the one, did this one actually have a name? One of them I don't think did. In this case, you're not, first of all, not to return to the Red Roof Inn at 8296 South Orange Blossom Trail. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. Yeah, I don't think it, there's not a name in here. Not to possess or use any drugs or alcohol or guns or weapons. And in case number 2022 CT 9076, you're arrested for a charge of false imprisonment and sexual battery not likely to cause injury. As to the false imprisonment, I'll set bond in the amount of $2,500, and the sexual battery, there's no bond. Want a public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. No possession of any drugs, alcohol, or any guns or weapons.
And Your Honor, he is entitled to a bond on the sexual battery. I do not believe it's a life offense.
All right, I'll set bond amount of $25,000. And have a public defender on both cases. Your name, sir?
Maurice Ben.
All right, Mr. Ben, you're here today because you're arrested. See, I'm looking at the actual odyssey. It says second-degree murder with a firearm filed as first-degree murder, but then isn't the information in here a second-degree murder information?
I think they filed it as a second degree, is what
I'd have to look again. I thought it was first, but I'll look again.
Yeah, it's, what, the information that's on Odyssey seems backwards, yeah. The information that was filed in November, of 2020. Alleges second-degree murder with a firearm.
Either way, no bond.
looks like they didn't file on the robbery.
And it doesn't look like there is a robbery charge. Okay, so I do find, that well, this is it was a probable cause warrant. So on the second-degree murder with a firearm, she entitled to a bond on that?
No, Your
I
Honor.
don't think so. It's a life felony.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's no bond on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
It looks like it says Jonathan Mills.
Oh, that's right. Well, is John Mills?
I don't
No,
know.
he's not. Is Mr. Mills, have you hired Mr. Mills in this case?
No, I got him through the state.
Okay,
State
so he was
conflict of interest.
appointed?
Yes, sir.
Defender, I guess, withdrew, okay. All right, yeah, so I don't think John Mills works for conflict, so it probably went through the conflict and then got to someone else, but I won't appoint anyone at this point. Okay, so get in contact with Mr. Mills, and on the robbery, I guess I didn't file on it, so I'll arm on that.
Okay.
Okay, there you go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Morning.
Your name?
Ramil Bay.
All right, Mr. Bay, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of methamphetamine. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. You find that there's sufficient probable cause, set bond in the amount of $1,000.
In your honor, as to the out on bond, I would ask that you take no action. He was arrested back in April 23rd, and to date, no information has been filed.
All right, since they haven't filed an information, I'll leave that, take no action. All righty. Your name, sir?
Brandon Church.
Okay, Mr. Church, you're here today because you were arrested on several charges. First of all, fleeing and attempting to elude with lights and sirens, possession of cocaine, and resisting an officer without violence. I have read the charging, actually it was a PC warrant. I'll set bond the amount of $1,500 on the fleeing and attempting to elude, $1,000 on the possession of cocaine, and $500 on the resisting without violence, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There you go. Take a bond. You're welcome. And I will waive, your honor.
All right, we'll appoint a public defender for Ms. Cirillo. And set bonds as follows. I'll stay the bonds. 5,000 burglary of occupied dwelling, 150, 150, 100, 100, 100 on the additional counts.
No return and no contact, Your Honor.
And no return to 6512 Raleigh Street, apartment 511. And no contact with Jeremy Wright. Don't possess any guns or weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Not today.
Kristen Clark.
Hi, Ms. Clark, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. As to possession of cocaine, bond will be set at the amount of $1,000. As to the possession of drug paraphernalia, I'll lower that bond to $100 if it's not already. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
To talk about it. Okay.
Your Honor, Joshua Cortez bonded.
All right. Good, you?
Hopefully doing better, sir.
All right, your name?
My name is Patrick Early.
I'm Mr. Early, you're here today because you're arrested on two charges. First of all, grand theft, third-degree motor vehicle. And second of all, because of the resisting officer without violence, I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. The grand theft would carry a bond of $4,000, $100 on the resisting without violence. And you were out on bond on a battery by a detainee on a detention facility. Has that been filed on yet?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on. Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, Your Honor. He has case management on the 11th.
Okay. What was it you wanted to say?
I wanted to advise you that I caught that when I was inside.
Right.
I caught with that charge when I was inside, and I got out and they placed a warrant on me. I've been doing good, going to school and stuff. This situation here, I don't.
Don't talk about the fact.
Yeah, they don't.
I don't mind speaking to you guys. I don't mind because it's not that type of situation.
That just.
But see, the problem is she's trying to watch out for you to make sure you don't
Yes, sir.
You know, I mean, the allegation is that you were driving someone else's car,
Yes, sir.
and that wasn't yours, so I'm gonna revoke the bond on the other case. No bond.
They have to.
Your Honor, Tiffany East is mental health.
All right.
And I will waive the appearance.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender, set bond amount of $1,000. Your name, sir?
Luis Gandarilla.
Galazzo, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of trafficking in fentanyl and purchase of cocaine with intent to sell. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause as to count one, the trafficking of a $250,000 bond, and the purchase is a $15,000 bond. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
Marquise Henderson.
All right, Mr. Henderson, you're here today because you're arrested on 2 charges, fleeing, attempting to elude, and neglect of a child. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. As to the fleeing, attempting to elude, I'll set bond in the amount of $1,500. And neglect a child, I'm going to lower that bond to $1,500 and order that you not operate a motor vehicle without, appoint a public defender, you're not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida license. And is there DCF involved, do we know?
I apologize, Your Honor, I don't know.
Okay.
Do you want me to look?
They don't say in the. And don't use or possess any guns or alcohol or drugs or weapons.
Hernandez Rodriguez bonded.
No. Tell him not anymore. He don't have a license. He doesn't have one anymore.
Your name, sir?
Jacobs.
Mr. Jacobs, you're here because you're arrested on failure to appear. On the charge of fleeing, attempting to elude, possession of cannabis within 200 feet of, with intent to distribute, and possession of oxycodone. I do find sufficient probable cause. On the fleeing, attempt to elude, set bond amount of $1,500, $1,000 on the possession of cannabis, and $1,000 on the possession of oxycodone. I will appoint a public defender to represent you on that charge, on those charges. And in 2022 CF 9041, you're also charged with possession of oxycodone and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. Set a bond of $1,000 on the possession of oxycodone, $100 on the possession of cannabis. You were out on bond on a transferring harmful material to a minor. That's been filed on? Yeah, it looks like they got an arraignment coming up. I'll revoke that bond. There'll be no bond on that.
And, Your Honor, I don't see an attorney, so I just ask that you appoint.
I'll appoint the public defender if they haven't
I
done
don't
it.
see any.
Your name, sir?
Trayvon Lampley.
Hi, Mr. Lampley, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of possession of MDMA ecstasy. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond will be set in the amount of $1,000, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
I'm sorry, you reduced it to 1,000, Your Honor?
Wasn't it 1,000 already?
Oh, on mine it says 2,500, but that's fine.
Yeah, just 1,000.
Okay.
Your name, ma'am? Your name?
Atalina Leopai.
All right, Ms. Lampley, you are here today, no. What was your last name?
Leopai.
Okay, there we go, yeah.
And I will waive the
confused.
reading, Your
All
Honor.
right.
I'll waive the reading, Your Honor.
Okay. I do find sufficient probable cause based on the charging affidavits. They want to be heard as to bond?
No, Your Honor, they're either an F2 or F3, so she is entitled to bond.
All right, as to count one, I'll set bond in the amount of 1,500, count two, 1,500, count three, 1,500. If you're to have no contact with, I need to get the name again. Okay. Kilistina.
Kilisitina.
Kilistina, Sitina, Sitina, Ho Ching. First of all, and do we have a name for the alleged victim? Also, no contact with Vika, Vika, Natani, Natane. Yeah, I don't see a name for the alleged victim. Do you have one? No contact with the alleged victim.
Your Honor, she does live in Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin?
Yeah, Wisconsin. I just asked that she be allowed to return home as long as she maintains contact with her attorney and appears for any court date.
Yeah, that's fine. And again, no contact means you can't text, phone, no contact with anyone, okay? And appoint a public defender. Your name, sir? Your name?
Garfield, sir.
I don't know if it's my computer or if it's Odyssey today. Okay, finally, there we go. All right, Mr. Lemon, you're here today because you were arrested for the charge of burglary of a structure and criminal mischief. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Burglary structure bond would be $3,500. The criminal mischief would be $100. I will appoint a public defender on that case. If you, I'm going to order that you not return to 7714 Prado Avenue.
Okay.
You'd have no contact with April Nadine Warren, not to use or possess any drugs or alcohol or any guns or weapons.
And Your Honor, as to all of his out on bond charges, he was arrested back in June, and to date, no formal charges have been filed, so I would ask that you take no action.
So he got out on a 33-day motion, I'm going to guess, because it was 24th to 27th,
Okay.
on a burglary of a conveyance, grand theft. In this case, that allegedly happened 5 days later, 6 days later.
Your Honor.
So if you are inclined to revoke, Your Honor, because of that, I'd ask that you revoke and double as opposed to holding him at no bond, being that no formal charges have been filed.
All right, the dealing in stolen property, I'll take no action. The possession of controlled substance, I'll take no action. The burglary of a conveyance, I'll would revoke the ROR, set bond in the amount of $7,500 on the burglary conveyance and $1,500 on the grand theft.
There's 3 charges, Your Honor.
What's that?
There's 3 charges.
On that case?
Yes, there's 2 burglaries.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. All right, let's just then check that. Make it 5,000, 5,151, and 1,500.
5,000, 5,000, and then.
So 5,000 on the 2 burglary counts and 1,500 on the grand theft.
What's the case number?
That is 2022 CF 7332AO, and the other 2, no action. And appoint a public defender.
Is it all together?
Your name, sir? Mr. Milton, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. I have read the charging affidavit, find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond on the possession of cocaine will be $1,000, and on the possession of paraphernalia, $100.
Trying to see the second case. I know, Your Honor, in 2022 CF 2379 AO, he was arrested back in March, and to date, no formal charges have been filed.
Same exact charges.
And then I'm trying to check the other one.
All right, I'll take no action on those. I'll leave them be.
On both cases?
Yeah, on both. Your name, sir? Mr. Peters, you're here today because you're arrested on several charges. First of all, possession of cannabis with intent to sell and deliver, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, and possession of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a convenience store or business. I've read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bonds are as follows: $1,000 count 1, $1,000 count 2, and I'll reduce the third count to $5,000. Want a public defender to represent you, and you're out on bond currently on a driving license suspended. I'll leave that. I'll take no action on the driving license suspended.
What you said on that
He's gonna
part.
leave it.
You're out on bond on a driving license suspended. I'm not going to take any action on that. I'll leave that in place. Because it's just a driving case. Your name, ma'am? Your name?
Yes,
Your name?
Millie Powell.
All right, Ms. Powell, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine. I do find sufficient probable cause. I would set bond at $1,000, but you also do qualify for pretrial release. So you wouldn't have to post a bond, but you would have to meet with the pretrial release officer, and there would be drug testing. But you don't have to pay the $1,000. Do you want to go out on PTR?
Can you afford a bond? 100? Yes. Okay. She would like the bond, Your Honor.
All right, I'll set $1,000 bond. No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol. I'll put a public defender.
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Roberts.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of burglary of a conveyance. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. We'll set bond in the amount of $1,500. Let me see, hang on just a second. I have that written down. It's different. Yeah, lower that bond to $1,500, and I'll appoint a public defender. You're not to return to, didn't write that down. Not to return to 737 Park Lake Circle, not to go back around those apartments at all. If you are there, that would be a violation of your release.
Sir.
Ready? Your name, sir?
Seabrook, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Seabrook, you're here because you failed to appear on in your cases, and there is no bond on that warrant. I'll appoint a public defender if you didn't already have one.
Your Honor,
Mr. Stab.
And I will waive, Your Honor.
All right, appoint a public defender. I do find sufficient probable cause. Set bond in the amount of $500 as to the battery. No return to 1416 25th Street. No contact with Andre Williams. That's the only victim. Yeah. No contact with Andre Williams. No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol. Point
He
of
also
public
has
defender.
another case, Your Honor. The battery on law enforcement officer
Which,
for Mr. Stab.
hold on. Where, oh, yeah, no. Hold on a second. Yeah, no contact with the officer, Deputy Watkins.
You leaving the bond? Oh, there's no bond.
Actually, there is no.
Okay, I see what you're asking me. All right, gotcha. Yeah, on that case also, bond will be set in the amount of $2,500 on the battery and law enforcement officer. No contact with the officer and no return to that 1416 25th Street, same address. Same special conditions. PD appointed in that one as well. Thank you for pointing that out. Your name, sir? Your name?
Christian Laplace.
Christian LaPlace?
Yeah.
Is that right? We have Torres.
Yeah, because that's my second last name.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Ms. Torres, Mr. LaPlace, you're here because you're arrested on a possession of fentanyl charge. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. That is, there is sufficient probable cause. Bond is set for $1,000, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Still got the Spanish to do. Keep going, wow, look at it. Oh, dang. Your name, sir?
Thomas E. Warden.
All right, Mr. Warden, you're here today because you're arrested for a charge of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and possession of ammunition by a convicted felon. I've read the charging affidavit. It does provide sufficient probable cause. The bond on the possession of ammunition is $5,000, $150 on the possession of the firearm. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that. And you're currently out on bond on a trafficking in MDMA. And you are ROR'd on that. I'll revoke that. There'll be no bond on that.
I believe he has, you're gonna have to contact him. Set him for that.
Your name, sir?
Charles White.
Hi, Mr. White, you're here because you're arrested on a probable cause warrant for the charge of grand theft, 3rd degree. Bond is set in the amount of $2,500, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
I got a question.
Yeah. Just make sure it's something that she's gonna want you to ask. 2,500.
No.
All right, also, hold on a second, and you're not to return to 2439 South Hiawassee Road, which is the Cell World store.
Cell World?
Yeah, you can't go back to Cell World.
Where's that at?
Is that case? Yeah. So,
Cell World. Okay.
yeah, I might be ahead of myself. Yeah. Yeah. Your name, sir?
Benny Young, sir.
Okay. Mr. Young. You're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of MDMA. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. And we'll stay the bond at $1,000 and appoint a public defender to represent you. You're also out on bond for another possession of MDMA, which was literally last week. I'll revoke that bond, and there'll be a new bond amount of $5,000. Oh, let me go back, hang on a second.
22 CF 8848.
And then on the 2022 CF 7807 AO, you're out on bond on a dealing stolen property, ×2 false verification. I revoke that bond, there'll be no bond on that. And I think you have a public defender on that too. Or somebody, Briggs Hosley. Your name, sir?
Petro Z.
Mr. Z, you're here today because you're arrested on a possession of or carrying concealed firearm, possession of cannabis, less than 20 grams. No. Maybe it is. Hang on just a second. The problem I have with this one, it just says they stopped the vehicle. Probable cause was developed on all occupants for the following charges, but they don't say.
Understood, Your Honor. Can the state have 24 hours, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is what's going to happen, Mr. Z. The bonds will stay as what they are, which right now is $2,500 and $100. If you don't bond out, I'm giving the state additional 24 hours to try to develop, because the officer just says there's probable cause, didn't put what the probable cause was. If you come back tomorrow in front of me, if they haven't supplemented the record, then I'll release you ROR, so it won't have to be a bond. But if you want to bond out today, you can, that's not a problem, okay? And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
I got a question.
Yeah, sure. Let's make sure that she wants you to ask it. Yes, other than that might make it, won't matter.
Did somebody try to? Oh, it's because.
Let's see, no, I won't, I'm not gonna worry about that.
He has no action.
Yeah, no action on the disorderly conduct. I'll leave that in place. Who's that out there?
You can go, sir.
You just need to get.
Bond has already been posted?
Get it behind us.
Yeah. It's been posted. That's what it was just.
All right, now, let's try it again. Someone answer the phone. Yes.
Good afternoon, this is Dalia Romero, Spanish interpreter on the line, already sworn in, Your Honor, and we apologize for earlier. We are short-staffed and
You're busy, that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Believe me, we had a lot of other stuff to do, so.
Okay.
We're sitting around, so it's not too bad.
Okay.
You're just wearing the headset.
Not a problem, I'm connected to the headset. He can hear the interpreter, Your Honor.
All right, your name, sir?
Starling Veloz de Jesus.
Starling Veloz de Jesus.
All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on a warrant for failing to appear on a no valid registration charge. Is there any offer in the case?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer from the state is a withhold of adjudication, credit time served, and Mr. De Jesus would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. De Jesus, is that correct? You want to enter a plea of no contest to the charge?
Cierto.
That's true.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No.
No.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Sí, he estado ahora mismo en depresión.
Yes, right now I've been going through depression.
Okay, do you take medication for that?
Sí.
Yes.
And are you on your medication today?
No.
No.
You do understand what this case is about and what's happening here today?
No.
All right. Well, so you don't understand what this charge is about?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then I'm not gonna take a bond for him, he's not competent, so, or a plea from him, so we'll set what's the bond?
2,000.
All right, your bond is set at $2,000, I'll appoint a public defender for you.
$2,000 o 200 pesos.
Is it $2,000 or $200?
Well, I can't, if you wanted to enter a plea, and I felt you were competent, then it would be just $200, $270, or actually $301 in court costs. But you indicated you don't understand what's going on and that you're suffering from mental illness. I can't accept a plea from you, so I'm just gonna set a bond of $2,000 and appoint a lawyer for you. But you indicated more than one time that you didn't understand what was happening or what was going on, and if that's the case, you're not competent to enter a plea. So I'll just set a bond for you of $2,000.
Pero no entiendo de qué se trata, porque yo no me ha llegado papel a la casa.
I don't understand what it is about because I didn't receive any papers at home.
Well, this was from almost 2 years ago that you got the ticket.
Oh, no, ahora entiendo. Yo no tengo matrícula, yo lo vendí el carro.
Oh, I understand. I didn't have a registration for the car. I sold the car.
Okay, I understand that, but you're here because you never showed up for court for that. So, do you understand what the charge is about now or not?
Ahora entendí de matrícula, ahora entendí porque me hablaste claro.
Okay, now I understand. I understand about the registration because you talked to me clearly.
Okay, so this plea form you signed, you understood the rights and you signed it on the bottom, is that correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail and up to a $500 fine. That's the maximum, that's not what's gonna happen, but that's what the maximum sentence is. You understand that?
Correcto, pero el carro era mío. Yo lo vendí. Tenía acceso a venderlo.
Yes, I understand. The car used to be mine. I sold it. I had access or I was able to sell it.
Okay. But you understand what the maximum penalty is. You also understand that the entry of your plea could be used against you if your deportation is sought against you, if you're not a citizen.
Entiendo, sí, pero el carro lo vendí yo. Que era mío, estaba mío.
Yes, I understand. But I sold the car because it was mine and it was under my name.
All right, we're not worried about that anymore. All right, I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I'll withhold adjudication, sentence you to time served, impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. It's a total of $301. And I'll give you 12 months to pay that. And since you sold the car, it will not require that you show proof that you have a registration at any point, so he doesn't need to do that. But you'll be released as to this case, $301 within the next 12 months. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that was 2020 CT 7237AO. Your name, sir?
Jose Torres.
Jose Torres.
Mr. Torres, you're here today because you were arrested on charges, burglary of an unoccupied dwelling and damage, criminal mischief. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond on the burglary of a dwelling is $5,000, and on the criminal mischief, it is $100. If you do bond out, you're not to return to 712 Mason Avenue, the scene of this allegation. And you're not to make contact with, doesn't have it. The alleged victim, your former roommate. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, and no alcohol possession either. And also, sir, you do have a hold for immigration. So they will be contacting you about that.
Ok, entonces.
All right, and I have appointed a public defender for you.
Ayer pagaron mi. Ok, porque ayer pagaron la fianza, el bond pagó ayer.
The bond was paid yesterday.
Well, if you bond, you probably have bonded out, but they're holding you for the immigration hold then. If you had someone post your bond, because the bond is the same. So they will be holding you on the immigration hold to see, and they have a certain, they'll look into it and then they'll let you know. All right. Defendant is wearing the headset.
Bueno. Dios lo bendiga.
God bless you.
Are you named, sir?
Rubén Robles Ramírez.
Ruben Robles Ramirez.
All right, Mr. Ramirez, you were arrested on a warrant for 8 counts of fraudulently impersonating or unlawful possession of another person's identification. And the bonds on those are as follows: $1,000 on count 1, $500 on each of the successive 7 other counts. I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
¿Me puedes repetir casos de qué?
And again, can you repeat what are the cases?
It's 8 counts of fraudulently impersonating a person or unlawfully possessing their identification. And so again, it's $1,000 on count 1, and these 7 other counts, the bond is $500, so that would be a total of $4,500, I think.
Bien, gracias. Dios los bendiga.
Okay, thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
The case number you're.
Yes, that one is 2022 CF 9070AO. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
You're welcome.
Jeez.
Man alive. I'm glad I wasn't near the door. I would have got knocked over.
He drove me crazy.
Now, I don't blame her,
Drove me crazy.
but I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna.
Man. That wasn't even like
But he was like,
a big number. It wasn't a small number. What are we at?
Mhm.
About 80 something? But
He's gonna
still,
overload scissors, right?
Mhm.
So he accepted.
what a day.
Sat downstairs. It become that I just went downstairs for.
Just proof that you're still alive. It's okay.
I remember
You can
because
feel the
I
pain.
your brother.
Ah.
But he actually accepted.
All
Every
right.
time, sir.
Mhm.
All
But
right.
it took like 10 minutes because he kept saying, I don't know what's going on.